full if we can. And you'll notice that we've got that severe thunderstorm that's moving into Washington County, but we're focused on this tornado warning that's in effect for southwestern Scott County. We'll continue to see that moving northeast. These storms are moving really quick too. And if we pan up to the north, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to move into southwestern Washington County. This goes until 2:30. So these storms are going to be moving in quick. We've got some very strong wind shear, very big dynamics in this atmosphere, and a tornado watch is in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. If we look at our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera, and shout out to the techs on call to get this back up and running because it went down. We're going to go to Weather 2 if we can, and we'll take a look here at our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. Notice how fast those clouds are moving. These clouds are zipping along. That's low-level wind shear that's going to be in place for severe thunderstorms to produce tornadoes. And we were talking about this over the last several days. And now we've got this storm moving in. Now, here's the good news. The line is pretty narrow. So as it moves through, it'll come through pretty quick, and then the severe weather threat will be over. Once this line comes through, that is the end of your severe weather threat. The problem is that the atmosphere is very conducive to producing tornadoes today, especially for any storms that move more to the east. Severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30 for southwestern Washington County. That also includes northwestern Crawford County, and that storm will be moving into the River Valley. Not quite severe yet. So let's focus on this tornado warning. Notice the storm is actually in McCurtain County, southwest of Smithville. So even though the circulation is southwest of LeFlore County, they've issued the tornado warning in anticipation. With this type of environment, these storms are going to develop quickly. Now, here's what happened. This is the National Weather Service out of Shreveport that covers McCurtain County. You've got the National Weather Service out of Tulsa that issues for LeFlore County. That's why you have the different warnings. And then you got the National Weather Service for Little Rock that includes Scott and Polk County. So 3 Weather Service offices joining together to form this tornado warning as they track this storm moving to the northeast. So that's a cooperative effort right there. Zach, I want to go to Mega Doppler. I know we probably have this on there, and there's the circulation. This is ramping up dramatically. This is headed towards Smithville. This is going to be a dangerous storm. We're going to zoom in. We're going to plot some streets on here. There is that strong circulation that's southwest of Smithville. So here's what you're going to need to do, Zach. You can see how strong these winds are. You're going to need to go on Weather 1 and go to the street query instead of the pixel query. You'll see that it's at the bottom left of the Mega Doppler screen because we were looking at how strong the winds were this morning from the line that came through. It's like, is this severe weather threat ever going to stop? The answer is it will. After this line comes through, that's going to be the end of our severe weather risk. But let me know when you got those roads plotted, Zach. If you see it, it says street query and pixel query. If you click on street query, and let me know if you need some help on that to adjust that. So let's go back. We've got on Weather 1, we got there's a Mega Doppler. There's a circulation. And what you're looking at here is this. This is your circulation. So the radar is located to the northeast of this circulation. This is rain that's rapidly moving towards the radar and rain that's moving away from the radar. Might even be some hail, hydrometeors. Here's your circulation. That is the intense rotation. Now we've got the roads on there. County Road 260 as it's about to cross into southern, and this is extreme southern LeFlore County. You can see Octavia right there on the screen. So we're zoomed in, hyper local, but if we want to let people know where this is headed a little bit farther to the northeast, let's go to Weather 1. Zach's got a track on this. And Zach, you can take us through how fast is this storm moving? These storms are going to be booking it today with that low level energy.
Yeah, it's going pretty quick. It's going about 40 miles per hour to the northeast. And there's that latest track. It is that circulation has ramped up a bit. So that's why we're on this storm. We're still south of LeFlore County. So it's not in the coverage area just yet. But here are the areas that will be impacted by this storm. This is a tornado warning. So if you are in the path of the storm, you need to be in your safe place right now. This does include LeFlore and Scott County. Smithville is being impacted right now. And beyond that, we have Beach Creek National Scenic Area around 210, Mountain Fork around 221, Christchurch at Mountain Fork around 222. So it is Easter Sunday. Probably people are exiting church, and it's not a good time to be out. So Here's the time of the day where the severe storm potential is really starting to ramp up. If you have plans this afternoon, if you're in Northwest Arkansas, River Valley, I would probably cancel them. I would stay inside, and I would be weather aware today, because this is a serious deal. These storms are going up quick and they are rotating. Beyond that, Black Fork around 2:31 and Hawes Creek Church around 2:36 this afternoon. Here's the track of that storm. Again, northeast around 40 miles per hour, and counties that are included are LaFleur and Scott County, and this will expire at 2:30. And if this circulation does not weaken, it will be extended. And we have a latest scan there, so I do want to adjust the track, and we can see that little latest timing right there, Dan.
Yeah, Smithville needs to take their tornado precautions. That is in McCurtain County. It's a little south of our weather coverage area. You can see the circulation, though, the normalized rotation, all of that starting to increase and dramatically increase. And you'll notice here as we bring up Mega Doppler on Weather 2, this is what you need to do if you are in the path of that storm. There's that circulation that's showing up. Downstairs, under something, center house, keep away from windows. We spell out that acronym all the time, DUCK. And that is what you do in tornado safety. It's an easy way to remember it. It's a simple way where you get as low as you possibly can. Cover yourself with pillows, blankets. That's what we mean by under something. Get underneath a sturdy piece of furniture if you can. But you got to make sure it's in the center of your building, because it's the outside walls are the ones that are going to come down. You know, if you watch us do tornado coverage, you know us talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
If you can't quite see that, we'll make this a little bit bigger. So downstairs, under something, center of the house, and keep away from windows. Windows, you don't have to worry about opening them. That's not a good idea. You're wasting time. Now, we want to focus on that storm that's coming into Washington County. Don't forget about that, because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. In this type of environment, we are not going to turn our back on a single storm, because they could rapidly produce tornadoes. And so let's take a look here at that line. Now, remember, this is just the main line. We're going to go to on Mega Doppler, and this is going to be on Weather 2. I'm going to go to the wall, and I'll explain what I'm talking about with this. But on Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler, don't forget, we can bring up those multiple boxes with different cameras as these storms start moving in, because conditions are going to go downhill really quickly as this line pushes in. So you'll notice a break in the line just to the south of Stillwell. You'll notice another break in the line that's moving into extreme southern sections of Adair County. This is where that tornado potential will be greatest. These are not going to be your classic major supercells. This is going to be what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll take a look at that. There will probably be several voice cracks. We've been talking for the last 72 hours straight, it seems like. Southwest Missouri under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock. Wind speeds 60 miles per hour. That is McDonald County. Excuse me. That is included. So we're going to zoom out just a little bit. Now, this storm, notice how it has a little bit of a different color. This is a tornado possible on this one that's going to be clipping northwestern Benton County. So we've got our weather bug cameras. This is going to go downhill really fast, and the storms are coming in. So this is the type of day, if you get an alert and it tells you you're in the path of a storm, such as Weather Call Next Gen, if that calls you, or if you get an alert on our app, you have to take cover if it's a tornado warning. These storms are going to rapidly develop, and you got to make sure you're watching the severe thunderstorm warnings, because this does have a tornado possible. We'll take a look at the circulation here, and you'll notice right there is a little bit of that circulation. But if that storm were to ramp up dramatically, it would put down a tornado with very little or no advance warning. And one of the reasons is we have such tremendous wind shear right now. We'll look at Decatur, and this is looking off to the west, and you can see how fast those clouds are moving. That is the base of the thunderstorm that's off in the distance. We'll get some better views on this as we track these storms. But let's go ahead, and Zach, we'll take you full, and we'll do a track on Weather 1, and I'm going to analyze some of the latest cameras, get them ready, and
yeah,
get
Dan, Weather 1 right now has just crashed, so we can't look at that.
Okay, let's go back to Weather 2.
Yeah, let's go back to Weather 2, load up Mega Doppler. I am reloading Weather 1, but that's down right now. Okay. And that's about to come back up.
That was unfortunate timing right there, but that's okay. We'll track that. So we've got two weather graphic systems. We've got two computers from the same weather graphic system. Back to this, want to focus on that circulation. That's Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler, and this is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. on this April 20th, Easter Sunday. I saw a lot of people, including myself. We went out to Easter brunch, and there's a lot of families that are out dressed in their Sunday best and their Easter dresses. The problem is that these storms are going to produce tremendous amounts of rainfall in a short amount of time. So a quick burst of heavy rain. There's the circulation, not quite ramped up yet to produce a tornado immediately, but it is in the process of rotating stronger and stronger every time. At least it had signals of showing a little bit stronger rotation. So Zach, I know you're doing a couple things. We can just put the normalized rotation on there, can pop that up on Mega Doppler. And there you get to see that circulation. Not quite as advanced or as intense as it was. But we want to do a storm track on this as you get Weather 1 back up and running. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I've got it back up now, Dan. So if you take Weather 1 full, here's the track. This is in the River Valley, Leflore County, and it just moved into Leflore County. So if you live in southeastern Leflore County up into southwestern Scott County, if you're in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. There's a tornado warning, and you can see the circulation. Extreme far southern Leflore County. The areas listed will be impacted by this storm. The storm is kind of picking up speed a little bit, around 45, 50 miles per hour to the northeast. And we are looking at Mountain Fork around 217, Christchurch at Mountain Fork around 218, and then beyond that, Rich Mountain around 225, Tin Top 233, and then Blandstedt around 238. So early afternoon, that's what we thought would happen. It is not a good time to have storms on Easter Sunday, but that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, take me off the wall if you can real quick. And okay, here's what we want to do here. We can bring up that 4 box too, because we're going to have a lot of views as this storm comes in, and the cameras are going to be definitely our best source of information. And because it is Easter Sunday, the spotters are limited, and so we'll just have to keep track and tabs on all this activity that's moving in. Definitely a stronger rotation. It's broad, but it's coming into southwestern Washington County. So our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera will be able to pick up that. And we'll be looking at that.
Yeah, glad we got that up and running. But right now,
no kidding.
Yeah, we're seeing the normalized rotation in southern Leflore County. That's what you're looking at right there. And might be a bit broader in that last scan, but that's what these storms do. They weaken and then they ramp back up. So even though it might look a little bit less tight as far as that circulation goes, it could tighten right back up again. And the conditions are favorable for these rotating storms. And we've been seeing that for days. And it looks like it's coming to fruition on this Sunday.
Yeah, that rotation's looking a little bit stronger in southeastern Leflore County. We'll continue to look at that. Let's do a track on the line that's coming into Washington County, because it's just now knocking on the doorstep. And I'll tell you, you're not going to see much with this type of visibility. In fact, you can see that as we bring up, if we can, there you see the tornado warning that's in progress in southeastern Leflore County. There's the live radar wind showing that circulation. On Weather 2, this is our WeatherBug Network camera from our PG Telco WeatherBug Network. And you'll notice that you can't see much. The visibility is very limited. And those storms are about to knock on the doorstep of Washington County. So Zach, let me know when you got that fresh track as we track that storm with your town, your timing. So you know what time that's moving in.
Yeah, loading it up right about now.
Sounds good.
It's a big line. We have a tornado possible tag for that Benton County severe storm.
Yeah, I want to take you through all of that. Yeah, that northwestern Benton County tornado possible. So we could bring up, if we can, on the big box Weather 2 as Zach's getting that track ready and adjusting that. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. You can see that goes until 1:15. Here it is with the Central Standard Time again. Yeah, Central Standard Time again. It's actually 2:15. I don't know why it's doing that, but we haven't able to been troubleshooting it. There's 3:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So we've got severe thunderstorm warning for another hour, but here's that severe thunderstorm warning that doesn't quite include Fayetteville, but be ready. There will most likely be another warning that's issued. And this is without all the radar, so you can see what's going on. Notice the tornado watch, too. that's in effect. That tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock. It includes every county in our weather coverage area. So we'll continue to monitor these storms. Zach, I'm pretty sure you probably have that track up now on Weather 2.
Yeah, I got it now.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring up Weather 1, tracking that line as it comes through. And you can see some of the areas that are going to be impacted.
And that's what just went down. I got to redraw it. Yeah, but these storms are moving at about 40, 45 miles per hour. And we can see those towns listed. So the Fayetteville area, right around 230, Elkins around 240, and beyond that, Berryville around 315. Again, this line could speed up, could slow down, so it's a rough estimate. It's still a ways to go, but Harrison looks like around 345. And any cell on this line could rotate and produce a spin-up QLCS tornado. So as of right now, in that storm track, we have no confirmed tornadoes, but we do have some severe storms, and we do have some signs of some rotation. And as we go throughout the afternoon, I think the conditions will become more favorable for these rotating storms.
And another thing, Zach, is you want to see these line breaks right here. If you have those line breaks, that has the potential to rotate just a little bit more. And so there is that line break. We're going to look at the circulation on that. Still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's coming into southwestern Washington County. Let's go to our WeatherBug Network camera from Lincoln. I'll be able to bring this up. And thank you so much for getting that back up and running. Look at this sideways rain, as you'll see. We're going to go to Weather 2. And you can do that 3-box because we've got that loaded. And so we can see the radar. We can see what's happening. Some sideways rain, some strong winds, low-level clouds that are moving along. Not seeing any type of storm structure yet, but this is the type of day where this will come on you pretty quick. This is a day that you'll really have to monitor this line as it continues to develop and move eastward. Like you said, conditions will improve in terms of tornado potential. So, Zach, on Mega Doppler, let's look at. We can see the radar products on this. There's a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. But I want to do a radar tour, and I want to do that split screen where we have reflectivity and velocity right next to each other on Mega Doppler. So here we go with the tornado warned storm. There's a little bit of a rotation that's showing up. So we got a wide view here showing you that there's tornado potential. Look at Joplin right there. You can see the Joplin area has a severe thunderstorm that with the tornado warning, and that's along the leading edge of the line. So anywhere along this line, there could be a tornado that develops. Now, Zach, I also want to take off the lightning because we know lightning is going to be not as predominant as it was, not as significant as it was the last couple of nights. But new severe thunderstorm warning, we'll check that out, and then we'll go back to Mega Doppler. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This does not have the tornado possible on the tag, but 60 miles per hour winds and hail size of about a penny or dime. That's 0.75. So it's just under nickel size. So things are going, like we said, going to be going downhill very, very quickly. Siloam Springs. Oh, you know what? I've got to reset this camera, Zach. I could do it real quick if you take a track on Weather 1.
Okay, yeah. So Weather 1 has that newest severe storm warning. It does include Delaware, Washington, Benton, and Adair counties. This is for radar indicated winds 60 miles per hour. Now, again, this storm, even though it's not tornado warned right now, it could become that. And this is in effect through 2:45 this afternoon. But we were doing a radar tour, and I do want to continue doing that. Because
bring up we need to see other locations and cameras. So let's bring up that 4-box. Let's leave that up. You can get to see a lot of stuff happening at the same time. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and there's the latest severe storm warning. Mega Doppler just updated it. It does include, again, Benton, Adair, Delaware, and Washington counties, and in effect through 2:45 this afternoon. But right now we're looking at northwest Arkansas. So we have a 2-panel reflectivity is on the left, and the storm relative velocity is on the right. So what we're doing for the relative velocity box, we're trying to look for areas of rotation. Now, right now, not really seeing anything of crazy concern in northwest Arkansas, but as we scoot down the line, we are looking at a little line break there in far western Washington County. And if we zoom in close to that, we can see the Westville area, the Dutch Mills area, and in between that, the reflectivity is kind of fallen off. That's where that line break is. And on the edges of that line break, that's where we could potentially see some rotation. And that's what we're seeing near the Dutch Mills area. Now, it's not a tornado warning right now, but it's just one area that we have to watch as we go throughout the afternoon. So again, that is in western Washington County. As we continue going down this line, down to the Cedarville area, Natural Dam, that is an area of some strong storms. Now, right now, those look to be just mainly straight line winds, but even though they're straight line winds, they can still cause damage and they can still be life-threatening winds, because we are expecting winds up to 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour as we go throughout the day, even though they're straight line. And if we continue going south, right now, the Fort Smith area, no severe storm warnings for the Fort Smith area, but we do want to get caught up on that tornado.
I got that camera back up and running from Siloam. So, Zach, here's the base coming in right now. If we bring up weather 2, yeah, there you can see how fast those clouds are moving. And so we want to know exactly where this is in relation to the radar. And so we'll be able to bring that up. Notice everything's pretty quiet on iDrive Arkansas. Nothing really going on at the moment, but that is the wind shear that's in place. You can literally see the clouds moving before your eyes. That's how fast those low-level winds are. And that's one of the ingredients that could prompt tornado development rapidly. Now, another thing that we're watching is storm motions. Are the storms going to be moving more easterly? If they move more towards, due east or northeast, that has the potential to rotate even better than some other cells that are moving northeast. That's just the way the wind shear lines and the storm motions and all that stuff. So some of the science behind the meteorology. But there's a look at Mega Doppler, the circulation that's in southeastern Lafleur County. You can see that moving northeast, and that's going to be crossing into northwestern Polk County. It doesn't look like a very impressive supercell thunderstorm. For those that are watching our stream, for those that are monitoring, our weather coverage online, this is not your classic textbook supercell thunderstorm. But this type of environment, any part of the line, could rotate because of this intense potent upper level low that's actually become a negative tilt. So those are some science things that we talk about all the time on our streams. Can we bring up weather 3 full? And this is our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. Look at how fast those rain curtains are moving. It was a little bit stronger earlier. So let's get ahead of this line, Zach, as we're checking this out. I know let me know when you've got something loaded up here.
Yeah, I got a track on weather 1.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So Doug Warner just contacted Lafleur County. The sheriff's office said no funnels, no damage reported at this time. And we could tell that the radar wasn't prompting immediate tornado development, but that rotation was developing. So thanks for that confirmation of no damage. Want to go up and down the line here. We're going to show this Decatur. Here's our WeatherBug Network camera from Decatur. If we can bring that up on weather 2. We're going to be bouncing back and forth because we want to have a view of these cells. And Jacob, you had that one where you had the 2 box on the right-hand side, as well as the cameras and the big screen on the left. Yeah, there you go. You got the 3 box. So, Zach, let's do a track on this, and I'm going to run through some cameras here in just a bit.
Yeah, so we got a track on weather 1. If we can take that in that right-hand box there. This line is kind of speeding up a little bit. Right now, that latest severe storm warning was tracked at 70 miles per hour. So I did reset the speed, and these storms are moving about northeasterly at around 60, 70 miles per hour. So Fayetteville area, you're going to be seeing these winds coming up here pretty soon. 225 in the afternoon, Pea Ridge around 230. So coming right through the I-49 corridor pretty shortly. And we have plenty of iDrive Arkansas cameras. And if we have a producer back there, make sure you monitor those. And if you see anything interesting, feel free to put it in the prod PC box. But we have Cassville around 247. Eureka Springs eventually by around 253, and then Berryville around 304, and Crane 307. So that's the track of the Northwest Arkansas storms. Right now, no tornado warnings in Northwest Arkansas. This could change. Any area of that line could potentially spin up and drop a tornado within a short amount of time. So that's why we're on these storms, keeping a close eye on these. And we are tracking a rotation area in Lafleur County. It's kind of a bit broader than what it was in the previous game, but it's still of concern. It's actually about to exit Lafleur County and be just south of Scott County. This is a tornado warning. So if you are in this red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. So if you live in the Black Fork area, you need to be in your safe space. It's in a pretty rural area just south of Scott County, moving out of LaFleur County. But I do want to zoom in. There are really not many roads where this storm is, and it's just radar indicated rotation, but this could spin back up again. And that's what these storms do. They tighten up, and then they weaken, and then they strengthen back up again. So right now it might be on a weakening trend, but it could strengthen right back up again. And there's that latest scan. Might be a little bit stronger, but it's in a pretty rural area. Scott County needs to be on the alert. You need to have a plan in place if they do extend this warning further up into Scott County, the Waldron area. But if you are in southwestern Scott County, you need to be in your safe place right now. And that was a new severe storm warning.
Yeah, Zach, I could take this one over here. New severe thunderstorm warning. Bring me up on the wall. And there it is. 216 goes until 3 o'clock. So just issued 60 miles per hour winds. Hail size is going to be about penny dime size. So the hail is not going to be really the concern until these storms start encountering even more of the environment. That window of instability returning has been very narrow, and it's coming into the area, but just maybe not quite as fast as it could. We do have a tornado possible, though, on this. As you see, that's coming into southwestern sections of Washington County. Now, just to let you know what tornado possible is, this is where a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. It's got rotation. It's not strong enough to prompt tornado warning potential, but it could ramp up dramatically. So it's a storm that they're watching for a tornado, but not necessarily, pulling the tornado warning, essentially. But that could happen, and that could take place very quick. It's kind of like a significant weather alert, a significant storm, a strong thunderstorm that's not quite severe. All those special weather statements as they talk about those storms moving in. So, Zach, we got to look at this line, circulation, as it's coming in. The environment is there. There's no doubt about it. We could see the strong winds that are cranking up. So let's take a look at some WeatherBug network cams. I'm going to bring some of these up. So this is Lincoln. Storms already passed through the Lincoln area. We'll take a look at our WeatherBug network camera from Mount Sequoia as this storm starts to move in. And watch how fast those clouds are zipping along. And it looks like it's a still image. So, yeah, winds are really cranking. Clouds are kind of, updating a little bit, and you can see that happening. If we go to our Graduate Hotel WeatherBug network camera, this is looking off to the southwest, darkening skies, some rain moving in. As this line comes in, anywhere along that line could have some rotation. I want to take you on a tour of that. Yeah, that circulation's starting to ramp up a little bit more.
It is.
And we're going to have a view of that from our Waldron WeatherBug network camera. I do want to bring that up. And I also want to look at that tornado possible tag in Washington County, Zach. So we got to check this out. So this is our Waldron WeatherBug network camera. I am going to adjust this with a southwest view. So we'll spin the camera around here, and it might already be in that southwest view. So we'll take a look here as we go to Waldron, and I am going to adjust that to a southwest view. So continuing to watch that activity develop. All right, so here we go. Stand by. It's a little bit delayed. We'll let that load up. A lot of these cameras are working overtime over the last several days, that's for sure. Alma, the line's coming into the River Valley as well. So, all right, Zach, I'm going to adjust that. Let's look at that circulation starting to increase a little bit more. So what you're seeing is that rotation right here. Red colors, rain that's moving away from the radar, hydrometeors, rain, maybe even some small hail that's moving towards the radar. There is your circulation. That's going to be moving northeastward. Let's do a track on this for people that are in Scott County in our weather coverage area as we continue to monitor that. Okay. All right. So, Zach, I want to go up the line here. I'm going to take control of Mega Doppler real fast. I got it here, Zach.
All right.
I'm going to zoom in. So this is the line that's coming in with the tornado possible that's coming into southwestern Washington County. And this is something that we're going to monitor. We'll look at the velocities. Let's see if we have any type of circulation. You'll notice a little bit of a hail core that's showing up southwest of Washington County, just north of Natural Dam. That's that area of rotation that is possible. So, yeah, you'll have to bring that up on the velocity, Zach. There you can see maybe a little bit there southwest of Prairie Grove. That's moving right over Lincoln right now. So let's check that out as we bring up our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. And that's looking off to the southwest. So, all right. Okay, Zach, I'm going to step out of the way. Let's do a track on that tornado warned storm for southwestern Scott County as that moves in.
You got a fresh track on that on Weather 1. So if you take Weather 1 full, we can show you that track. So this is just south of Scott County. This is a tornado warning. Moving to the northeast around 40 miles per hour in that circulation. We just want to scoot that forward just a little bit because we got that updated scan. But here are the areas that will be impacted by this storm. Okay, so this is a tornado warning. If you're in the red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a life-threatening situation. It is going to be entering the Rich Mountain area around 227 and then Tin Top around 235. If you're in the areas I am listing out, this storm is heading right towards you. And this is a tornado warning. It is not confirmed, but it could become confirmed any second here as the circulation seems to be kind of on a strengthening trend. Robson School, 238. Blanchette around 241. Denton School, 246. And Waldron area around 254. So right now, Waldron is outside the warning, but this is the direction that this storm is going, is heading towards central Scott County. So if you live in Scott County, right now, if you're in southwest Scott County, you need to be in your safe place right now. But if you're in central Scott County, the Waldron area, you need to have a plan in place to take shelter immediately if they do extend this warning, because these storms will, I do think that they will continue to strengthen if they keep on this same line here as they continue to push eastward into the central coverage area, because we saw some clearing earlier during the day. The atmosphere is becoming destabilized and the dynamics are there for these rotating storms. And I can't stress it enough. If you're in that polygon, that's where this rotation is. Again, this is a tornado warning. This will expire at 2:30. So we have 7 more minutes on this warning. I do think it will likely be extended more up into Scott County to include the city of Waldron, and then maybe even further north into the coverage area, maybe even up into Logan County. And we have plenty of cameras that could be looking at this. The Waldron camera, I'm sure Dan's looking at that right now. Storm is a little bit far from Waldron, but if this storm stays on that same line, it's going to be in a prime area for the Waldron camera to see it. So that's one circulation right there. And I do want to take the reflectivity, showing you that red polygon. That's the tornado warning. So this is in effect until 2:30. There's the details right there for Scott County. And LaFleur County has been cropped out of that warning. I do want to go further north on this line, though, because there are other areas of concern other than the Scott County area. Fort Smith has a severe thunderstorm warning. As of right now, that is just a base severe storm, but that could be upgraded. And when I say base, 60 miles per hour straight line winds, those could still cause significant damage, though. Further north up into Washington County, that is a tornado possible. So this is in effect from now until 2:30. So this will expire in about 6 minutes too. And this will likely be re-extended further up into Washington County. And this is heading towards Fayetteville. And there is a line break just around the Fayetteville area. And I do want to take the storm relative velocity from the INX radar, because then it's kind of starting to become parallel with the Fort Smith radar here. So INX might be a better radar to look at.
Yeah, that's right. When we do that QLCS research, absolutely. We'll go ahead and we'll go back to, and you can see that circulation showing up. We've got our WeatherBug Network camera. It's going to be locked on that. That's traveling up Highway 62. So Farmington going to be right in the area. We do have a new tornado warning and a new severe thunderstorm warning. You mentioned that's the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning. It's not tornado possible, but that's a circulation that we have to watch. I imagine that this is for the Waldron area. Absolutely. And speaking of that, I was trying to adjust that Waldron WeatherBug Network camera, and the programming just disappeared on that. So I had to work on that behind the scenes. Got to love fixing technical issues while you're in the middle of severe weather coverage. But yeah, that's what we do. So here's a look at, again, that tornado warning. We go to Weather 2. There's the circulation that's starting to show up. This is our Waldron High School WeatherBug Network camera. That's coming so helpful a couple weeks ago. There was a giant hailstorm that came in the early morning hours. This camera saw the hail falling. We're going to get an incredible view of this lowering as it passes by. So we'll have a bird's eye view, or I guess an elevated view of this storm coming in. But the radar is most important to let us know what's happening and to give us an idea. So that's a considerable tag, Zach.
Yeah.
Considerable on the severe thunderstorm warning. That is for moving into Fayetteville. And I want to take a look at that and see what that entails. So this is the tornado warning, goes until 3 o'clock for Waldron. This is in our extreme southern weather coverage area. If you're watching on the stream, and there's a weather call alert. So it happened just now. So I got a weather call alert, signed up for Weather Call Next Gen. And that's myself talking to myself. So that's talking about the severe thunderstorm warning. And the reason I got a call is because of this. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag. So this is also, if you'll see right here, it says 70 miles per hour wind. So that's near hurricane force winds as this storm comes in. So we've got to be able to see this storm on our WeatherBug Network cameras. And this is going to be right on Mount Sequoia. And so there's the storm coming in. That's the leading edge of the line. I don't see anything too menacing that looks like tornado potential right there. I am going to start recording some of these cameras, though, just as they begin to move in. Not really much visuals, to see, Zach.
Yeah, no. And don't forget, we do have storm spotters. And I do want to check the map. See if anybody's out. I don't think anybody's active right now, but yeah, we are watching multiple things right now. The iDrive Arkansas cameras might be good to look at for Northwest
those are
Arkansas.
right along the line. So you just pop those up in the producer booth.
Yeah, and I do have a storm track on that latest update for the tornado warning in Scott County. I do have that on Weather One.
Okay, yeah, we'll bring that up. We want to track that because Waldron, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. It's just a little before 3 o'clock that's going to be moving in. Zach, the speed of the storm is what, 45, 50 miles per hour?
I believe it's 40.
Okay, 40 miles per hour. Yeah, so some of the areas that are going to be impacted, and we've got some schools on there too, because you'll know where you are in relation to the school. Denton School, 247, Winfield, 251, Waldron Municipal at the airport, 254, and then you've got the city of Waldron at 257. And so that's that circulation. Showing up, remember, it's pretty high up in the sky with the radar beam. We're probably talking close to, I would say, maybe 4,000, 5,000 feet above the ground, Zach. Let me see if I can verify that.
Yeah, let me. You talking about
about 2,700 feet off the ground from SRX. So we're only be able to look at the storm about 2,700 feet up in the air. There's a lot of stuff happening underneath that. Is the circulation strengthening? That's something to watch. Speaking of something to watch, we got to get back to our camera sources and the line that's about to move into Fayetteville. So severe thunderstorm warning. And it's considerable. 70 miles per hour winds can do a lot of damage, just like a tornado, just like a weak tornado. So we're monitoring that. We're watching that. Let's go to Weather 2. And this is that severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable. And if we go to Weather 2, you'll see here it goes until 3:30. I know we're doing a lot of stuff in the control room. We appreciate you guys, appreciate the directors that were on this, coming in early on their Easter Sunday. We got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's start off, first of all, with we're going to work our way up and down the line. Every single storm is severe, at least of some capacity. Severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock. And monitor NWS chat too, Zach, if you have that. 245 radar indicated 60 miles per hour winds. You got hail of about penny or dime size. All the hail is just under quarter size because we didn't have enough instability. Here's a nickel size hail. There's that tornado possible. In fact, they extended that, Zach, to become tornado possible along with 70 miles per hour winds. So you'll notice that this cell we've got to continue to keep our eye on. And we do have that WeatherBug Network camera from Mount Sequoia. Here's a look at it rolling in. Something to watch for sure. I don't think we have anybody out, Zach. It's Easter
No.
Sunday. We will have Josh out, but the line's coming through, and there's really not much to see with the line, unfortunately.
Yeah, Crawford County storm might be looking a bit more cellular. That's what Weather Service was saying.
Yeah, the most dangerous storm by far is the one that's right now in southwestern Scott County, as we continue to track that tornado warning.
There is a new MD out. That was about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, we'll check that out.
New severe storm warning.
They
Just
canceled
issued.
that.
Okay, no, yeah, it's continued. But yeah, that's a look at Fayetteville, Massacoya, looking at a severe storm that has 70 miles per hour winds. Also, tornado possible tag. So this storm is not your average severe storm. On this Easter Sunday, it's about to get loud in downtown Fayetteville. Interstate 49 corridor, not a good time to be traveling. The Bentonville area, Lowell, Springdale, all up and down that line. Pretty soon, we're going to be seeing some severe winds. Winslow area too. And I think the worst of it looks to be Washington County as far as Northwest Arkansas goes.
Yeah, with this line. Anywhere along that line, any embedded circulations, any embedded rotations, let's see if we can find that. And we'll do that on Mega Doppler. We're going to work our way up and down the line. Let's do the split screen so we can look at the reflectivity and the velocities. Make sure we set the storm motion to the warning. On the north end of the line right here, you can see a little bit of rotation. Now this cell, that's going to be one that we've got to be concerned with. That's got that look that could have potential tornado development. This is just to the east of Cedarville. It doesn't look impressive now, and here's the reason why on the velocities is that because it's starting the rotation in the mid-levels. You could tell, though, that's a supercell thunderstorm. This is one that will probably continue northeast, and that will be one that we have to watch. As it gets farther east into our weather coverage area, conditions are more favorable for severe weather, and there's more instability. There was more daytime heating. But the circulation's not showing up because this means it's really low on the radar beam. Just heard a big rumble of thunder. That probably woke some people up or at least caught their attention. So anywhere along that line, we work our way down south again on that tornado warning cell. This is starting to ramp up a little bit more. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring up on Weather 3. We're going to bring up our WeatherBug network camera. And you can see all the cameras. Some of them went down. It's been such a crazy stretch of severe weather that we've really had some issues keeping these cameras up just because of lightning and power outages. And next thing you know, you got the camera going down. But this right here is a look from our WeatherBug network camera. Waldron, that's the lowering that's going to be moving in. This is in southwestern Scott County. I'm going to go ahead and get that cursor off the screen. Whoa, excuse me. Continue to watch that right there. That's that lowering, Zach, and you can see that precipitation core that's off in the distance too.
Yeah, great view right there. Latest scan might be a bit more broad, but I actually do want to reset storm motion from warning though.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
So a little bit different, yeah. A lot to go over. We need to cover, if we can, instead of doing a 3-box, because you can see a lot of stuff on the screen, but can you really make it out? If you're watching, especially on a tablet, on a cell phone, on your mobile device. So what I want to do is I want to show the radar in full screen. I want to do a 2-box if we can, a side-by-side 2-box. We'll first of all start off with Mega Doppler on Weather 2. And so this is our, again, Waldron WeatherBug network camera. We'll be watching that lowering. I've got it recording, so we'll see if anything starts to materialize from that. Not the best visibility when we're looking southwest into the core, but we'll go back to Weather 2, and this is going to be Mega Doppler. And I want to go just to one panel right now so we can look at the radar, and we're going to focus on this storm, and then I want to do a 2-box with Weather 1, and I want to show the storm that's coming into northwest Arkansas. All right. Yeah, there you go. All right, so stand by. I'm going to get to, there we go. Got some different cameras, different stuff loaded. So yeah, we got the live radar winds. There's the energy that's coming in. And we want to show that radar. There's a circulation that's in Scott County. On the left-hand side, you've got the storm that's coming into northwest Arkansas. Not necessarily any type of circulations on that, just a little bit of broad circulation and weather cameras too. There's a lot of them. I mean, this is all going to happen along the leading edge of the line, and we've got to make sure that we don't miss anything in terms of the storm coming in. And I know that people are commenting on social media. I imagine we can't look at that. We can't see that because we're monitoring these storms. So iDrive Arkansas cameras, that's going to be great to bring up on the Prod PC as this storm comes in. You want to be focused more in the Fayetteville area. This is obviously very close to, this is Martin exit 74. So we want to work our way a little bit farther south, close to Fayetteville as that moves in. So Zach, what I'm seeing is these storms are trying to produce tornadoes, but they're lacking, I think, an ingredient, and that's the storm motion. The storm motion is not favorable for rapid development and rotation of these storms. Instead, they're moving more in a north-northeast direction.
Mm-hmm.
If they turn and slow down to the east, that would be something that might make it a little more favorable for tornado potential.
Yeah. So we'll be watching that. I see a lot of people in the chat asking about specific towns.
Yeah.
We'll let you know if you're under a warning.
I mean, everybody basically is under a warning.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
you will be.
Yeah.
But as far as the circulation is concerned, we'll let you know about that.
And we do want to mention the tornado watch is for the whole forecast area through 7 o'clock.
Now that Waldron storm, you can see it on the screen. That is looking a little more impressive.
Yeah, it is.
As that rotation begins to increase. What you're seeing are those blues showing up. That's winds that are racing in towards the radar.
Yeah.
So they're going towards the radar, and the red colors are moving away. And so that's a circulation that's starting to ramp up. If that tightens up, that could be prompting tornado potential and putting down a tornado. Right now we got a radar indicated tornado. You can see some of the iDrive cameras, heavy rain coming down. Haven't seen any reports of winds, and I don't think we have that on iDrive either, or we don't have it on NWS chat as well. But let's go to Weather 1 full if we can, because people are wanting to know, where is the line? There's so many people that are asking. They live in different locations. So we're just going to work our way slowly down this line. So if you'll see here, this is southwest Missouri. You can see Goodman, Pineville, Powell, Cove. Now you're getting into the Bella Vista area. The line is on Bella Vista. So we'll check that out as we bring up our WeatherBug network camera from Bella Vista, and you'll be able to see what that looks like. And just cloud cover and rain and some gusty winds. So as far as that's concerned, nothing super major there. Working our way back south, you've got the storm that's on top of Bentonville, severe thunderstorm warning, not tornado potential, just 60 miles per hour winds. You got the line that's moving through Fayetteville right now. That does have a tornado possible. But if we look at the circulation, there just really isn't much to show that's developing with that. Look at it from a different velocity. Yeah, it's got broad rotation aloft, but nothing low level. So that's good as of now. And then we continue to work our way south. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. Here's West Fork. Winslow. As you can see, every single storm is going to be severe warning. You can hear the rain coming down now in the Fayetteville area. Fort Smith seeing some rain. In fact, we had that on our new Kisser camera. We'll take a look at that here as we bring it up from southwestern Crawford County. See, that shows you the lines already come through, because before you weren't even able to see the hills. And so we got our Gaither Mountain camera. No, we don't have it back up.
Saw that, yeah.
We did, yeah. Trying to get that back up. There's Lincoln. Storm's already through, so that shows you what it's like when it's over. Now there's Mount Sequoia, some heavy rain, and you'll be able to see those winds starting to gust as it comes into Fayetteville. Look, Fayetteville disappeared. Okay, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. No, it's not. Excuse me. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And so that's southwest Missouri. Wow, look at the winds. You can really see them cranking up.
There could be some hail too.
Okay, we do have a new tornado warning. Now, where is that for? Pop that up here on the screen.
Look at the iDrive
Okay,
camera.
so this is now coming into southern sections of Washington County. So let me tell you who's impacted by this. I'm going
Yeah,
to get over to the wall here so we can explain what's going on.
There it is, yeah.
315, this is the southern edge of the line. I think we have our Cartwright camera up and running, Zach. I sure hope so. Hopefully that one didn't go down.
it's right by Mountainburg circulation.
Let's look here and see if we can find that. Okay, so here's Mountainburg. I'm going to bring that up on Weather 3 as well. So let's go to Mountainburg. Let's go to that camera live. That's Mount Magazine. There's Mountainburg. And we want to go south, right? I want to look south. So let's see here. Yeah, you can see that leading edge of the line definitely cranking up. That's the tornado warning. That's for southern Crawford County. That is a wall cloud, definitely. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Lake Fort Smith. That's a pretty impressive wall cloud, Zach.
Yeah,
It's starting to wrap up, too, pretty dramatically. So what does that look like on radar? We'll keep this up on Weather 3. We can keep that up on Weather 3. We can do a 3-box. I want to do Mega Doppler on Weather 2, and you'll be doing a track on Weather 1. Yeah, there's the lowering. South of Cartwright Mountain, our weather boat network, you can see that on the screen. So there's the circulation. We're looking right at it, Zach.
Yeah, and this is the Fort Smith radar, so it might not be the best view of that circulation.
It is the closest, though, so we don't
Yeah.
want to switch it so it's the lowest. But that right there is your wall cloud that's beginning to develop. So if you live in the Mountainburg area, this storm's already passed you to the north, and it is going to be almost literally crossing our camera front row seat here. And look at how it's evolving. You can see that storm's evolving. So what you're looking at here is a very intense updraft, and that updraft is condensing the lower levels of the clouds. Don't see any rapid rotation yet in the lowest levels, which would be basically where a tornado is imminent. But the circulation is increasing. This is a very low cloud. You can see a little bit of weak broad rotation from our Cartwright Mountain WeatherBug Network camera. Look at the front edge here. You can see that kind of wrapping around. So this is the type of storm that can produce a tornado pretty dramatically and pretty quickly. So we're going to stay on this. Now, the problem is once it gets to our east, we're going to be shrouded in rain, and that's going to be the end of it until it makes its way eastward. But maybe falling apart a little bit on the latest radar image. So we want to look at this from different angles, as Zach mentioned. I don't want to lose that camera. Oh, and I'm not recording that either, Zach. Okay, now I am. Just thought of that. Okay. Track. We want to do a track on this, Zach, for Weather 1.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Bring that up full. I'll be monitoring that camera, letting you know if I see anything.
Yeah,
It looks
so-
like maybe a little bit of a gusting out, and that's why the visual appearance of the wall cloud isn't as impressive.
Yeah, this is looking at the storm from the INX radar, so the Tulsa radar. And this storm is moving northeast around 55 miles per hour. And that's a new severe storm warning, but I do want to show you this track first.
Yeah, I'll tell you what that is as I load it up, Zach, all right?
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, storm is moving pretty quick. It is a tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place right now with this storm. And we can see the track. So Artist Point around 247, wind free around 250, and Miller's Chapel 255, Black Oak Church around 258, and Arnett Church around 3 o'clock. And then beyond that, Hazel Valley around 3:01. So we are looking at the Washington County area, Crawford, Madison, those counties are included in this warning.
Can we do a split screen with Weather 3 just so you can see that wall cloud as you're looking at that? So you've got that track on there. You can see the times. The times are going to become a little bit smaller as we do a 2-box with Weather 3. And then you'll be able to see this storm starting to move overhead very, very close to the WeatherBug Network camera from Cartwright. There you go. And that's that lowering, Zach.
Yeah. And that latest scan looks a bit weaker.
Yeah. which makes sense because you look at the storm and you can see how it's becoming outflow dominant.
Yeah. But still could strengthen back up again.
Yeah, it could cycle. There's no doubt. This is one cycle. If it gets through 2 more cycles, then it would potentially produce a tornado. That's typically what we see, about 3 cycles, and then you have the tornado touch down. But it also has to maintain its strength and many other things that are impacted by that. And remember, the radar beam is still pretty high up, so this is the best view. We got a new tornado warning, Zach. I'm going to check that out. We're just continuing to stay on this track. I've got weather too. I'll let you know when I've got that loaded up. We don't want to lose sight of that Scott County storm either.
Yeah, and I do have the latest
As a
details.
matter of fact, new tornado warning now issued for Scott County. Let's go to Waldron. Let's go to our WeatherBug Network camera in Waldron, because I've got that recording. That's falling apart. So we're switching cameras. Oh, look at that wall cloud. Okay, let's bring this up full. This is a serious storm. So this, if you bring me up on the wall, we're looking southwest towards Waldron. Waldron, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. It's raining right now. There might be a little bit of hail, but this is the inflow tail right here that you're starting to see develop. This is the mesocyclone. You can see the base of the thunderstorm right above the trees and the tree line. And so we're only going to get one shot to look at this as this storm makes its way into the Waldron area. And I know, Zach, you're monitoring that. This tornado warning goes until 3:30. Radar indicated, nothing confirmed. And hopefully it remains that way. But this is one of the more impressive looks of a supercell. You can see the difference between something that's outflow dominant, and then you've got this leading edge right here of the tail cloud. This is the wall cloud. There's the precipitation free base off in the distance. Now, there will be a little bit of a messy signal in terms of rain behind it, so the contrast won't be the clearest. But rain is falling in the Waldron area. And let's go to the radar and take a look at this. And I've got this on Weather 2. So if you bring it up on Weather 2, that circulation is, it's literally right on top of Waldron right now. And we'll take a look here at the best velocity signature. And I think that best velocity is going to come from INS. So there's your circulation. I'm going to take the camera and point it to the east, or to the west, excuse me, as we follow that storm. Okay, so tornado warning until 3:30. It's rotating strongly, but not. You can see that wall cloud starting to develop a little more. If we start seeing that tail cloud really streaming into the storm on that WeatherBug Network camera from Waldron, Scott County, that's where you know tornado is imminent. If we start seeing these red colors really start to brighten up, that's the rear flank downdraft, that's interaction that causes the tornado potential to really ramp up. I know there's a lot of other storms. These are the storms of concern right now. And Zach, if you've got a tracker, you just let me know what you got going on in terms of covering this storm. But we're monitoring this tornado warning, goes until 3:30. We're going to go on Mega Doppler. We're going to plot some roads specifically with this storm. And go back to that Waldron WeatherBug Network camera. I'm going to move the camera here. We're going to take it to... So it's weird. It looks like it's right on top of the camera. Just kind of scanning around here. So that's your precipitation free base right there. And that's not a wall cloud. That's just some scud. But that could develop into the wall cloud if that becomes connected. Zach, anything? I know you're monitoring Northwest Arkansas. Anything to be concerned about there?
Let me zoom in on that circulation. And yeah, little circulation by the Winslow area.
Yeah, because we do have that tornado warning that's in southeastern Washington County too.
And that might be ramping back up again. So if you live in Winslow, you need to be in your safe place right now. That is also a tornado warning. Even though we're focused on Scott County, also portions of Madison, Crawford, and Washington County are under a tornado warning too. And we can show you that in a second. But that Waldron...
Can you bring up Weather 1? We'll bring up weather one here. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the latest track of this Waldron storm. So if you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe place right now. This storm is moving about 45 miles per hour to the northeast, and right affecting Waldron right now is that circulation. Beyond that, Tate, and you can see the areas listed. Boonville eventually will be impacted by this storm around 317. So if you are in that red polygon, I cannot stress it enough. You need to be in your safe place right now. So that's the Scott County storm moving up into Logan County. But we have other storms to talk about too. So Dan's going to monitor that from the Waldron camera. And if he sees anything, he's going to chime in. But I do want to show you the other tornado warning, and that does include portions of Madison, Washington, and Crawford County. I know the map looks pretty messy, but we can see that right polygon, the red box, the radar indicator rotation. This warning is in effect through around 3:15 this afternoon. And we saw the rotation from the Mega Doppler. I do want to look at it from the Tulsa radar and zoom in on it. Okay. And we can do that right now. So yeah, might not be as tight as the previous scan, but again, these weaken, they strengthen back up. They could produce a tornado in any second. So Winslow area, you need to be in your safe place. Moving up into the Hazel Valley, Sunset, pretty much anywhere in this red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. Cannot stress it enough. The environment that we have right now is so conducive for these rotating storms. And even though nothing is confirmed right now, they could become confirmed. And we can see a lot of issues going on. We have iDrive Arkansas cameras in our bottom left-hand side of that screen.
Oh, no, yeah, there's an accident, as you saw, yeah.
Yeah.
And exit 76, Wagon Wheel Road. You know, that's an area, I'll tell you right now, you can see how the interstate dips down. Heavy rain gets ponding in there, and people hydroplane because they're driving, and sometimes driving too fast. That, by the way, is the Waldron WeatherBug Network camera in the middle. That's looking north. That's it. That's the end of our view. And it also looks like it was kind of falling apart and not as impressive. You see some heavy rain coming down, maybe some small hail associated with that cell. And also notice the flag too. The flag is going eastward. So that's inflow into the storm. So it doesn't mean that the storm is over. It's just we can't see it anymore. And it's not as well defined. That was the radar from southeastern Washington County with that tornado warning. So let's do this. Let's reset. Let's show you what's going on area wide. I know a lot of people are probably like, "What about my place? What about my home? When's this storm coming in? Who can be done with the storm activity?" I can give you the all clear. You see how that interstate goes down? That's immediately going to hydroplane, which probably what happened. Look at that. You can see the car over here, Zach, on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And it looks like this happened too. I don't know what that is, but maybe a fence or something that got knocked down. It doesn't look like where it's supposed to be. Maybe the guardrail got bent or something like that. But regardless, hope they're okay. That's an accident. This is exit 76. RDOT, so handy with those cameras. Okay, weather 2, big picture. Here's what the storm activity is done. So Siloam Springs, no more. After this line comes through, you're done. That's the rest of the day, and no more severe weather throughout the next several days. So until we go into the middle towards the end of the week. But we got a quiet Monday and a quiet Tuesday. If you live in Eureka Springs, you need to be watching these storms. Clifty, Madison County, you need to be watching these storms. Eastern Washington County, you need to be watching. But Fayetteville, done. West Fork, done. Springdale, done. Everything all clear. You don't even have to watch anymore. Storms are over, unless you want to keep tracking them maybe for your friends or family, or you just love tracking severe weather like us. So all the storms are done. So there's the tornado warning until 3:15. You've got severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. New area of a severe thunderstorm warning. And do we have any reports of wind damage at all on NWS chat? I'm going to check this out here real quick because we're monitoring the storms, watching those. I don't see anything coming out.
Nope, I don't see anything either.
Reports. I haven't seen any wind gusts at the airport either. I'll have to look at that. Got my computer off screen just to let you know, so you can see the whole screen, the whole camera, and all of the radar image. So Zach, you go ahead and All right, so before we do another track, I want to continue to watch this Waldron storm because you never turn your back on a rotating storm, that's for sure. See how it has that curl a little bit more? Cell interaction coming in from the southwest, so maybe a little bit of a cell interaction that could increase or start to ramp up that rotation. Just to check, we'll look at the radar velocity signature, and there it is. A little bit of bright colors. This is inbound velocities. You can see that on the screen. Once they get into the blues, you got 58 miles per hour, which, by the way, is severe weather criteria. And I'll go to this in case you're wondering. Waldron is getting a downpour, but you're done. The tornado threat is over. Even though you're officially still in the tornado warning polygon, if you live southwest of Waldron, there is no more tornado threat for that cell. There is another cell that's rotating that we'll have to watch. There's going to be all these little embedded rotations, these little circulations. So that's a circulation that's north of Waldron. There is another cell that's south. So I'm going to take the camera. I'm going to spin it around. I do see a little bit of a wall cloud starting to pop up. We'll go to our Waldron WeatherBug Network camera. That's for the cell that's looking north. So let's go ahead and do that on Weather 3, in case you're wondering, directors. Weather 3, bring that up full. That is going to be our Waldron WeatherBug Network camera. Let me know if we can do that. There you go. And you can see that wall cloud off in the distance. So this is looking straight north. See the winds. This is outflow now. Winds are blowing from west to east. So that's the end of that storm. But I want to do this real quick. We're going to take the camera. We're going to zip it around to the south. And we're going to look at this next cell that's coming in right at the pole. But that's going to be passing, and as you can tell, no visibility at all. But it gives you an idea of what people are seeing in the Waldron area. Look at the ponding, too, on the roads as the heavy rain comes down. Tornado warning does continue. Take your tornado precautions. Boonville, you're in the path of this warning. Take your tornado precautions with that as well. That circulation may be ramping up just a little bit on the south end. It's starting to get a little bit more of an appearance. Maybe that's a distant wall cloud right there. Can't really tell. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, and that's for this cell as it tracks farther east into Yell County and Logan County, and we'll take a look at that on Weather 2. A lot of warnings popping out, Zach. Whole bunch of warnings that are developing. There's the circulation that's just to the south of Waldron, north of Y City. That is going to be passing south of Waldron proper. You've got the other circulation that's going to be passing south of Boonville. And I'll show you what we're looking at right here. There's those colors that are rapidly rotating. When I say here, I'm talking about northern Scott County, in case you're listening to this on the radio or you're listening to it without being able to see. And you don't know where here is. Here is north of Waldron as it's about to cross southern sections of Logan County. And that track, Zach, we should do a track on this cell. You okay?
Oh, yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
I can do that.
Let's go ahead and do that. Just didn't know if you had any information to pass along, anything new, monitoring any conditions.
Yeah, I was doing a big track of this line because
Okay.
pretty much every storm on this line is severe warned and can produce a tornado within any seconds because the conditions are favorable for these storms. But yeah, I do want to do a track on that Scott County storm, so we can.
Well, you can bring up that line if you want.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah, we're gonna take weather 1 and show you that line. So we are monitoring that circulation by Scott County, and radar confirmed rotation as of right now, but this could become confirmed. But here's the line of storms moving through northwest Arkansas, and the areas that will be affected will be coming up here pretty shortly. Harrison area around 351, but before that, yeah, the Clarksville area and then the Berryville area. So if you are in that storm path, pretty much the whole coverage area will see storms. If you're in that, have a plan in place to take shelter because this line, it could produce a spin-up tornado any second. And that's why we're really watching it. And we do have a couple of tornado warnings, but the one that's of concern is in the Scott County area. And I do want to show you a close-up view of that circulation. So here's that warning. And I mean, it does include Scott County moving up into Logan County. So Boonville, you need to be in your safe place. This is a tornado warning. And even though the circulation looks a little bit broader, this could tighten back up. And I do want to set storm motion from warning just to see if it changes. Look at normalized rotation. So this is a measure of the spin within the storm. And it looks pretty broad, and it's not as, see, what we would be concerned with is if we saw some yellows, some reds in a tight circle, but we're seeing a broad blue line of weak rotation. But that's what these storms do. They weaken, they strengthen up, and that latest scan even looks a bit more weaker. And that's good. But still, if you are in the red polygon, this is a tornado warning, and it will go until 3:30 in the afternoon for this warning.
Unless it gets expired earlier, Zach, which
Yeah.
it could if it continues to show signs of weakening like it is. But the cell that's on the south side of Waldron, that's a little bit stronger, and you can see that weak rotation, a little bit of darker blue that's showing up. That's just a little bit stronger. So a lot of storms to monitor. We focus on the storm that's the most serious at the moment. Boonville is going to have a view of this cell. Let's look at the reflectivity if we can, Zach, on this. And so there's the reflectivity. So Boonville is getting a lot of rain right now. You're not able to see anything. I was looking at our Huntsville WeatherBug Network camera. I'm going to bring up our Boonville WeatherBug Network camera if we can. Let's do that on weather. Yeah, you can see the split screen. So that's Huntsville. Don't worry about it. I'll change it here in just a second. So we'll change it to our Boonville camera. And you can see the rain starting to come down. So let's bring up weather 3, take that full. And it does have a tornado possible, by the way, too. So let's do a southwest view. And that's about to move into the Boonville area. And remember, we saw that hail core a couple weeks ago. It seems like every single week we've had severe weather of some kind, Zach.
Yeah, it sure does.
It's been a busy one, that's for sure.
It's been active April.
Especially this weekend. My goodness, this Easter weekend. Very active. But maybe we dodge another bullet. These storms still have a ways to get out of our weather coverage area. Tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock for the entire weather coverage area. So that's something that we're continuing to monitor.
Yeah, so we're not done by any means. We still have a long ways to go here as the line makes its way through. But I do want to take weather 1 full. We do have a fresh track on this Waldron tornado warned storm, and we can see where it's going. So it's moving from Waldron up into Logan County. The Boonville area, you are in the path of the storm. That red polygon is a tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place. So when we say safe place, what exactly does that mean? We do have an acronym. We have the DUCK acronym, and I can show that to you right here. We're just taking it full. So even though there's really nothing that's of crazy concern right now, if you're under a tornado warning, you need to be downstairs, so lowest floor of the building you're in, under something. It's a really good idea to protect your head, because blunt trauma to the head from flying debris can be fatal. Center of the building in whatever building you're in, and keep away from windows. So, and stay away from exterior walls too. But windows are not a good idea. So that's what we use, the acronym, easy to remember when we're talking about these storms. And here's where the line is. So it is moving across the area pretty quickly, around 60 miles per hour, but it is just passing the I-49 corridor, moving into eastern sections of the coverage area. And we can see the areas that will be affected by this storm highlighted there. So no part of the coverage area will be spared from severe weather on this Easter Sunday. And we have a watch in effect for the whole forecast area. A lot of watches and warnings. That yellow, that is the tornado watch. And that will expire at 7 o'clock this evening. So still a little ways to go. And all up and down that line, we're seeing severe storms. And I do want to look at this. This is a measure of the instability. So we did see this ramp back up early this morning. Remember when I got to the station, it was all blue and then it became yellow. And this is the fuel for these storms, and that did return with those south winds. Looks like they dropped that warning for the Washington County area.
Yeah, I believe that. And I'm expecting that Scott County and Logan County to be dropped too.
Yeah. I do want to look at the latest scan from.
I don't think that lasts 23 minutes.
Yeah. Here's the latest scan from the Fort Smith radar. This is the reflectivity, but let's look at the velocity.
It's very minimal.
Yeah.
Still some strong winds. Don't get me wrong on that. Still some strong winds, but nothing too concerning in terms of rotation at the moment.
Yeah, not much going on as far as the rotation, but these winds are no joke here. 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. And the National Weather Service did extend this warning further up into Logan County, and it's a tornado possible tag. It just goes to show that any storm can rotate. Here's a look back at that line. So is east of I-49 making its way around 60 miles per hour? That's a new severe storm warning right there. So might as well just click on that and see what the latest information is here. See where that is. Okay, so this is for Benton, Carroll, and Madison County through 4 in the afternoon. This is also a tornado possible considerable severe storm, 70 miles per hour wind gusts. So not your average severe storm by any means. 70 miles per hour wind gusts, those can cause significant damage, and they can be life-threatening too. No tornado with this warning, but it is tornado possible. So this yellow area could turn red any second. And we do want to kind of look at the velocity of this line too, just to see if we have any areas of concern. And back to Megadoppler, if we zoom out, can move back up into northwest Arkansas. Super
Strong
far
winds,
away.
Yeah.
Super
Strong winds, though.
Yeah, that's super high up in the atmosphere. That is around 6,500 feet up.
About set the storm motion. Is that base velocity?
Yeah, that's base velocity.
Okay, yeah, base velocity definitely looks like that. Storm relative velocity, a little bit of a circulation there.
Yeah.
I want to do this. Let's go to weather 3. Bring up weather 3 full. This is our Huntsville WeatherBug Network camera. So here's what we're going to do. We want to look at that circulation. So we're going to pan it around. Just the visibility is just, this is not a storm chaser's best day in terms of visibility to try to see these cells. There's not much that you can see. It's just a gray sky. Clouds are moving pretty quick, but this is a broken line of thunderstorms. The storm motions are not currently favorable for tornado potential. That was one of the things that was questionable. The instability didn't have full time to recover. It recovered somewhat, Zach, and you mentioned that, but the window closed before really intense surface-based heating could take place. And so those are some of the ingredients that are lacking. We're seeing a lot of tornado warnings. There's rotation in the mid-levels, even close to the low levels, but it's not connecting with that basically that horizontal rotation tube along the ground to lift that up.
Yeah, but Dan, straight line winds can still cause damage.
You got that right, yeah.
And we actually are getting some reports of some wind damage here. And Connor, if you're back there, check the megaphone and see if we have any pictures of any damage across the area, and maybe check on some power outages, because I do think we have some people without power.
Okay, so Clifty, that circulation is starting to increase a little bit more in the Clifty area. That will be something that we have to watch. And we're looking at the camera right now, and that's looking to the southwest from Huntsville. So, or northwest, I'm sorry, excuse me. Just nothing to see. So we don't have any visibility. So let's go back to a Megadoppler and we'll look at this storm on radar. And there's that circulation that's showing up near Clifty. If we go to weather 2, just to let you know, Anderson, weather 2, there's the circulation by Clifty. And that's a severe thunderstorm warning with considerable and tornado possible. Correct, Zach?
Yep, that is correct. Very bad spot for a storm and a big radar hole.
Yeah, and not only that, but visibility is just terrible today.
Yeah,
Not
I'm looking
seeing
at
much,
it.
even though it's in the daytime.
I'm monitoring Springfield radar, monitoring Tulsa radar, and there is a circulation, but it's still high up in the atmosphere based on the proximity of these radar sites. Okay, so getting some reports of some power outages there. About, you said 2,000 in Washington County without? Yeah, for Ozark Electric. So there could be some more people if they don't have Ozark Electric, but still early. And these storms, that circulation by the Clifty area, that latest scan looks a little bit tighter from the Fort Smith radar, and that's something that we have to watch. The storm is in northern Madison County, moving up into Carroll County, and the Berryville area. Yeah, we got Megadoppler right there. So that's what I'm looking at. The Clifty area, we have some bright reds and we have some greens. That area is where the circulation is, and this storm is making its way northeastward at around 45 miles per hour. So moving up into the Carroll County area. So Eureka Springs, Berryville, have a plan in place to take shelter. As of right now, it's a severe storm, but Dan's pointing out some other signs.
Yeah, I was trying to look at it southeast from Posey Mountain from our Weather Boat Network here. I'll show you the southeast view, Weather 3. You just can't see anything. And so cameras are pretty much worthless at this point unless it gets very close or we start getting some clearing. But if we go to Weather 3, you can see the view, which is, by the way, Posey Mountain. That was pointing where it was at. That's looking southeast. Can't see anything. So if you're wondering why we're not going to the cameras to look at this, that's why. But that circulation has a little bit more inflow that's increasing. But if that starts wrapping up a little bit more on the rear flank downdraft, then that would be starting to tighten up even more with tornado potential. Let's do the reflectivity, Zach. Show this line and see if there's any type of line break. So there's a hail core. So that shows you it's a little bit of a stronger cell. There's some wind damage right there that's reported in the Springdale area. Hover over that. Tree limbs down, also took down a power line. And so that was a review. That was a report that came in. Take a look at that. And so we might have some pictures from Megaphone, and we can pass those along to the Weather Service. Okay, sounds good. Appreciate that information. So a little bit of a hail core now near Clifty. Take a look at that. And there's that. It's very tiny. Hail, like we said, not a major threat. These storms did not have supercell characteristics or more embedded rotations within a broken line. And really, this line struggled to maintain its strength. It just developed everywhere, kind of increased its strength. And so in terms of, isolated supercells, that's not what we're seeing.
But keep in mind, though, the models really had this line strengthening in our eastern counties.
It did. And it's still got time to do that. And we can look at that, by the way, this radar with the Cape. So this is the storm that's a severe thunderstorm warned with a tornado possible. And you can see the fuel that's still available. But notice it is on the very lower end. If we had clearing, we didn't have all those storms during the morning, we would be approaching, maybe 2,000 Cape. And then this would have been a different story as these storms come through with a little bit of a cap that would prevented thunderstorms from going up everywhere. But Logan County needs to watch that storm. Waldron, you're done. Storm's over. And that's the end of the severe weather threat. In fact, you'll have a beautiful rest of your Easter afternoon. Anybody that's in southwestern Logan County, you're experiencing heavy rain right now looking at Boonville. Yeah, you can see that coming down. But visibility, very poor. Not necessarily anything threatening. You see the clouds moving on all one direction from southwest to northeast. That's that flow. And winds are definitely whipping up a little bit. You can see that in the trees. So that's Bearcat Stadium right there in Boonville Elementary. So rain, torrential rains. Let us know on iDrive if we have anything else too. And tornado warning's been dropped too, as well. So no more tornado warning. As expected, that cell wasn't going to continue all the way until 3:30. So it's been dropped. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings continuing to track east. And because of the nature of this type of day, We're just going to stay on a little bit longer, but we will stream this on our weather coverage. We do have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Just want to make sure that this Clifty rotation does not ramp up anymore as it's moving into Carroll County, because it does have what's starting to get that descending reflectivity core. And there you start to see it brightening up a little bit. Now, that's the radar from Fort Smith, Zach.
Yep.
And you set the storm motion to the warning. I'm going to take a look at this from different areas. So we'll start off, first of all, with INX. You can see the radar from INX. I'm going to go ahead and look at this cell. So there's the circulation from Clifty, rain that's moving away from the radar, rain that's moving towards. But that's not the circulation. The circulation we're looking at is right here on the north side of Clifty, towards the radar, away from the radar. So there's your circulation right in there. And that's moving northeast. That's going to be crossing into southern Carroll County. But if we look at it from Springfield's, excuse me, let me do that again. We look at that from Springfield's radar, you're going to see quite a bit of strong winds. In fact, when we look at this in terms of the wind strength, there's that severe thunderstorm warning. But I'm going to show you this, how strong those winds are associated with that line as it comes in. So something that we definitely need to keep monitored and watch out for. Okay, Zach. Pretty intense winds there. We're talking 58, nearly 60 miles per hour, and a little bit of rotation that's starting to pop up. And that's an old radar image too. So going back to SRX, there's the reflectivity. The tornado possible continues. Here's a look at the velocity signature. So I want to stay on that just a little bit longer, even though the tornado warnings have been dropped.
Yeah, there is actually another sign of rotation further down in Madison County, up in the Japton area.
Yeah.
And monitoring that. So if you look at the normalized rotation on this line, really, like the whole line is experiencing rotation all the way from.
Oh yeah, look at it begin to increase.
Yeah, so that is one to watch. Yeah, see, we haven't seen any greens in a while, but if you're in the Aurora area, you need to have a plan in place. Huntsville camera probably be in rain, shrouded, but
yeah, it is. Go to Weather 3. Brought that up. Completely shrouded in rain. Huntsville Middle School. We're looking off to the south. That would be that circulation, and maybe it'll start to clear out a little bit. Hopefully this line comes through, no tornadoes end up producing, and that we can enjoy the rest of our Easter afternoon. I know you're probably watching some sporting events. You can probably stream those on NBC and also on Fox, but we have some storms that are dangerous. They're considerable, hurricane force winds potentially that can cause trees to come down. You know, it's not just the tornadoes that are dangerous. Straight line winds are dangerous too, and we have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on some of these storms. And if we drop off on coverage and then it ramps up with a tornado warning, then we weren't on it at the time. Look at how the winds are picking up. That's what we call most likely the rear flank downdraft. Maybe we'll start to see some clearing off in the distance. That is looking straight south, and that circulation does show up south of Huntsville, as you said, just to the north of Japton. Let's go back to the radar and we'll take a look at that. And so there's a little bit of a circulation. Notice the hail core that's showing up too. And so just a tiny little hail core, southwestern Carroll County. And then we got that other circulation, Zach, that's south of Huntsville, right near Japton. If you look at that rotation, the velocity signature, is that base?
Nope.
Oh, that's storm relative, huh?
It is.
Okay, well, it's a lot of outbound, but nothing inbound. Or excuse me, it's a lot of inbound, nothing outbound. Go ahead and refresh that to storm motion. Okay. So so maybe some inflow that's starting to develop right there on the north side of Japton. So look at the normalized rotation on this. We'll see on the right-hand side on that panel, there's the circulation that's showing up. So storms that are strong, we will continue to monitor these. At the moment, we'll look at the next radar scan and see if it increases a little bit more. You just can't see anything from that WeatherBug Network camera in Huntsville. So the good news is that this line is pretty much done if you live all on the I-49 corridor. No way are we going to have any more severe weather. So the line's through. It was quick hitting, moved out pretty fast. Additional severe thunderstorms with a tornado possible in Logan County. So here's what we're going to do, Zach. Let's take a look at that storm. If it doesn't look like it's increasing in intensity, we'll continue our coverage on our live stream, knwa.com, as well as on Facebook, the Facebook channels, Facebook pages. Meteorologist Dan Scoff, KNWA, Zach Gilday shared that. And then we'll also take a look at YouTube, too. You can comment on that. You can join in the conversation. So last look at this storm that's in Logan County. Logan County. New severe thunderstorm warning that's popping up. 60 miles per hour winds, tornado possible, but that's not this. That's a new cell that just popped up. New severe thunderstorm warning, and that's for Franklin County. So Crawford, Franklin, Madison, Sebastian, severe thunderstorm warning. Just really kind of a congealed mess of storms, a cluster of storms with little embedded circulations, little embedded rotations, prompting tornado potential, not necessarily putting down a tornado. We saw that wall cloud briefly. Look at the velocity signature. Everything looks pretty outflow dominant, so that's good news. And our Boonville WeatherBug Network camera showing, the rain is already clearing out. So thanks for tuning in on this live weather coverage on KNWA. As Fox 24, KXNW. We are going to continue to stream, so if you want to join in the conversation, you can do that. Keep it here with your weather authority, and we'll keep you safe.
All right. Well, that circulation by Japton, I think, is weakening.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to continue to stay on programming, cover up all the programming for this with, yes, there's strong storms. They can watch it, they can monitor it. But for those that are outside of the warning coverage area, if there's something that's going to ramp up, we will get back on TV, even before it becomes tornado warned. That camera wants to go to sleep, Zach.
Yeah, I was going to sleep. But
bring up that Huntsville camera. Pretty strong winds, some gusty winds. Circulation south of Huntsville. Yeah, a little bit of inflow on that. We're looking at it. We've got the view. All right.
KNWTV offline.
Well, hopefully not anymore.
Is that true?
I don't know. We haven't been monitoring comments at all.
Yeah, if the KNWTV is offline, you can leave a comment. We really appreciate it. Could have the engineers go up and fix it.
Holy cow, camera.
I'll maybe I'll ask him back there.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, on here, we're monitoring this cell. We're looking at Mega Doppler. That's it for I-49 corridor. It's really coming down in Huntsville, though. So here's a look at, there's just severe thunderstorm warnings going off nonstop, just constantly severe thunderstorm warnings. And they're all, Southwest Missouri, it's like all over the place. So, I mean, basically every single storm that you're covering is a tornado, possible You've got severe thunderstorm warnings. You got considerable 70 miles per hour winds. Got a new storm that's for Boone County. But here's the deal. The ingredients that are missing. We did not have solid daytime heating. We had some, but we had storms throughout the morning, and you really can't re-energize the atmosphere unless you have solid sunshine. We did not have solid sunshine. Number two, the storm motions are terrible for the critical angle. And we mentioned that yesterday. Storm motions are moving more north-northeast, and they need to move east-northeast for tornadoes to really be realized. Nothing's doing that because we're on the eastern side of that negative tilt. We don't have the westerlies. If we had the westerlies aloft, that would allow for storms to right turn. That would allow the tornado potential. Huntsville, I know you're wondering what is going on. Well, this is our WeatherBug Network camera from Huntsville, and it is coming down. There's no doubt about that. Strong winds. But really, honestly, some terrible viewing. I mean, if you were chasing this is just a trash setup.
Yeah, that's not good.
Dynamically, it's super impressive, but not all the ingredients are there.
Wonder how iDrive's looking, how many accidents there are.
I don't know. That's why it's really helpful to have 3 meteorologists in here,
It
when
is.
there's something going
Yeah.
on. Because I'll tell you what, looking at the cameras, that's a job in itself.
It is. It's really important. Just shows.
Yeah.
We saw that power flashes from our Arkansas children's camera. Just shows you how important, because radar, you can't see. I mean, you can see if there's debris, but you can't confirm it. Actually touching down.
I thought that Gaither Mountain camera would be back up, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah, that Harrison storm, the Boone County,
That's a tornado possible.
So that is worth watching.
But where is it? Not even in there. But they're just warning the line and just saying tornado possible on every single thing.
Yeah, the storms are pretty far away from Harrison.
I think really honestly that critical angle research needs to be studied a little bit more, because we were talking about how a lot of times they just say large looping hodographs, large looping hodographs. Well, if they're large and looping and the storm motions are more parallel to the shear vector, you're not going to get that rotation.
Yeah,
But we'll work our way up and down the line here.
And that storm motion is usually what, if there's a high chance of storms and storm motion is not right, could be a bust.
Yeah. I'll say this though, these storms are producing tremendous amounts of rain. Yeah, really coming down.
Yeah, last night Fayetteville got some hail,
Oh yeah, we were hearing that.
and I was like, no, my car's outside.
All right, circulation is getting a little stronger south of Huntsville. We can see that. Go to click on Megadoppler 3. So here's Megadoppler with the camera from Huntsville. And there's the circulation. And then there's a rotation area near Berryville. That's not any stronger. Is anything moving? No, everything's moving north-northeast. You want to see how this is Huntsville storm track. If you're already in Huntsville, you're done. Storm's moved out. It's going to start clearing out here shortly. In fact, you can already see that developing. Starting to come down in Berryville. So there's Berryville. There's the line. Now, this has to be watched on the northern edge of the line. Let's see if that's rotating. Now, see, this is probably going to develop in southwest Missouri. I'm almost guaranteeing that. It's just something about southwest Missouri. But see that area right there north of Berryville? That could be a bookend vortex. Look at that. Look at that curl right there. Yeah. That's a counterclockwise spin. Yeah, you're not seeing it because you got the camera up. So I'm going to do a one panel here. Right here is that bookend vortex, potentially. But see how it's a line, it's not able to organize itself. Now, see, that circulation is getting a little bit stronger. That's actually getting a lot stronger.
Well, it was like 80 miles per hour winds.
Yeah, yeah. And that makes sense because that's what we're seeing from this camera. So I'm going to point it due east. Now, we don't get the best view. Northeast, we're looking at a pole, but man, you can definitely see the inflow. Look at that. Bring that up full here. So those raindrops are moving from northwest to southeast because that's looking east. That camera's shaking around pretty good, isn't it?
If we go wall to wall again, should we have an anchor at the desk?
I don't think so. There hasn't been much reports. I mean, there's been a few reports of power outages. There's been some trees. No, Rogers, you're done. In fact, Rogers is probably clear. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of it. Rogers is clear and no more storms. But Marble, for those that are watching, we know someone that watches in Marble, right, Brendan?
Yeah.
You'll need to be you'll be wondering what's going on with this cell.
Those are some pretty significant winds.
Yeah, some pretty strong winds with this cell.
Power is out on Marble.
Is it?
That's what Ashley said.
Okay.
Yeah.
This circulation might be ramping up a little bit more. See how it's now starting to get some towards and away. You're starting to see those reds and greens showing up. Yep. Because that's still going to be in our weather coverage area. And if it ramps up even more, we'll get back on the air before it goes tornado warn. And you got to remember, too, the radar beam is 5,800 feet above the ground. Northeast here, right?
Yeah, that's the circulation right there. So right by Marble. Yeah, that's strengthening.
Well, you can tell when it came through Huntsville, you could really see that. And they just talked about it. It's a broad circulation, but it's there. Let's look at the velocities or the reflectivity. Let's see here. Josh is calling. What's up, Josh? Yes, sir. We're live streaming. We are southeast of Marble right now on Highway 21 south. We are in a clear area right now, and we have got a wall cloud. Okay, we got a wall. Can you go to live view, or do you have signal? I don't have very good signal. It's like one more speed. It's black. But I can't tell you that this is ramping up. Can I share a? Can I share the stream with you? Maybe you can pop on. Yeah, try to do that real quick. It's moving right over us right now. Okay. You'll lose it here shortly. Yeah, I know. This is one chance. You got your camera? Yeah, we can tell it's developing and the circulation's ramping up. It's crossing into southeastern Carroll County. Okay, I'm going to send you this invite. Yeah, we've been watching them on our Huntsville Weatherbug Network camera for sure. Okay, Josh, ready? You still there? I guess it dropped off. All right. So we just heard that Josh Rugger said he was on that storm that's going through Marble, starting to ramp up, starting to increase its circulation, more CGs, a wall cloud that's showing up. We've got a hail core. We'll see if it maintains its strength, but the velocity image is definitely there. So some strong winds that are racing in towards the storm. We're just not seeing that wrapping up quite yet. Bookend vortex to the north, that is definitely showing up. Oh, we got him. Let's add him. All right, Josh, we got you.
Yes, sir. So it's a little bit laggy on my end right now, so I'm going to try my best. But we are on Highway 21. We are southbound right now. The area of interest is to our north, near Marble at this time. We got some strong winds that are about to roll in right now, but there's where the area of interest is, just off to the north and east of Marble now, moving along Highway 21. Again, we've seen a lot of rising motion, some scud bombs earlier. I got some video of some of that rising motion just a few moments ago. Got some horizontal rain curtains as well that are starting to move in. So we're about to experience some really strong winds here, Dan, where we are.
Okay.
The area of interest, again, is moving just off to our north now. It's going to be very difficult to catch up. In fact, we won't be able to.
That's going to be it. Yeah. Unfortunately, the camera at Gaither Mountain is down. We tried to reset it, reboot it. It's not working. You see any type of clear slot at all?
Let me see here. Not really, but here comes the strong winds. Oh yeah, you can see it coming in now. So we're about to get some really strong winds. That blew right into my face. Woo!
Well, you're channeling your inner Reed.
Yeah, the Reed Timmer effect right here. Dominating in the mountains. We played Welcome to the Jungle coming out here because we know how it is.
All right, and they just talked about that it's maintaining its strength, but it's not necessarily true. That's good news. This is the thunderstorm warning. Josh, here's what I think personally. You let me know if you agree. The critical angles didn't line up.
Nope, because it didn't take the correct storm motion. That east-northeasterly storm motion was not favorable for tornado development. These storms needed to deviate east to have that favorable inflow. You were also seeing a lot of those showers out ahead of some of those storms too. That kind of developed out ahead of those storms in Benton County. There was one storm that was trying near Gravette, and then it weakened very quickly. And we noticed it too. I'm with Ryan Limray right now. Our temperatures were in the lower to middle 70s, and then those showers developed, bam, middle 60s right out ahead of it. So that sapped the instability, and that's because it was moving east-northeast. So I agree 100% with you. That is the one missing ingredient, and hopefully that Easter blessing continues. That's maybe some answered prayers right there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If we had true daytime heating and it lasted all day, I think that would have been a different story.
Absolutely. Way more time to destabilize, 100%. You know, we had some instability, but a lot of times with situations like this, it needs to happen a little bit earlier. It didn't really happen until 11:30. And so if we had a little bit more time to destabilize, we probably would have seen some much stronger storms. But hey, I'll tell you this, though, the wind is pretty intense right now where we are. We're in this opening, thank goodness. I told Ryan, I said, we need to get to this clear area because I do not want to be by any trees with how weak those bulb systems are.
No, and you also don't want to be on mudded roads either.
Yep. And I see one down here. We're not going down it.
All right, so we're going to go back to the radar here. Thanks, Josh. That's Josh Rugger.
Mm-hmm.
Those dudes. Well, we don't need it. I guess not. Either way. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Thanks, guys. God bless.
I appreciate you. Happy Easter, man. Okay, so Josh was located in the Marble area, and that storm has come through. So here's the severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, how many warnings have there been, Zach?
Oh,
goodness.
20.
Like, more. Wait till Peyton has to flourish.
Oh yeah, it'll be flourishing all right Monday or Tuesday, whatever. Yeah, but yeah. Looks like these warnings for Boone and Newton County will expire at 4:15.
All right. So for those that are in eastern Carroll County, pretty strong line of storms. Now, see, this might be a little bit of an organization right here. This is what we need to watch. Yeah. This could be a developing rear flank downdraft. Man, gaither camera would have been key. Why, oh, why? Every time. The camera you need is down. Trees down in Hinesville and Pettigrew. Thank you so that. Yep, that was near 412. That's funny. Brendan Wilson. I don't want to hear about Josh and Marble again. So you're done. The storm's come through. Everything's good. If you're watching in Rogers, yeah, you're done.
Go to bed.
Yep. I'm going to go to bed. It's 3:42.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Go to bed. That's it. That's hilarious. Okay, so here's the circulation on. Yeah, see how that's starting to tighten up. Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So we'll have to see if this ramps up. A nap doesn't sound too bad, says Kayla. Yeah, I'd have to agree. So let's we'll show you here. How about Bentonville Fulbright? That's it. That's not storm clouds. That's the back edge of this storm. You won't get any more rain. If you do, it'll be very light rain. Yeah, that's pretty much gone. Let's look at our Weatherboat Network camera from Mount Sequoia. See, there's a clearing off to the west. We'll probably see some sunshine this afternoon.
Yeah.
Huntsville, much different than it was earlier. Okay, Green Forest, watching, ready to take shelter. We'll let you know if you need to do that. So tired, I bet. Lights back on again. Yay. I currently have 2 hours of sleep. So Wayton and Jasper area, it's pretty much gone. Because this is the Jasper area. We'll go back to Mega Doppler. We'll show you. See, there's Jasper. Oh, excuse me. Jasper's not gone. I was thinking Japton. Yeah, Jasper, not done. You still have that line coming through. Severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, see, this circulation near Osage is getting a little stronger. It's coming towards Alpena. It's a little elongated, still not moving in the proper direction. Oh, that is just terrible shear. That's the reason. What's our storm motions? Like 227 at 67. What? Can't be moving that fast. Yeah. 259 at, there we go. 227 at 37. But this is still going to be a critical angle of like 2. Okay. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So this is the science behind the weather. But we really do need to monitor this because this is starting to tighten up a little bit. So this is what Josh was seeing when we were in Marble. And you could see that circulation showing up right there. And then it fell out, and then it gusted out. Now it's cycling again. So let's see if it cycles near Alpena. As of now, no. Berryville, the line's on top of you, but that's it. That bookend vortex has died. So let me show you what the missing ingredient is. Now, this will be a little bit complicated for some of you, right, Zach?
Yeah, it's getting down into the technical stuff.
But I got to show you this. So this is our hodograph program to calculate tornado potential. So we'll share this. And this right here is the radar from Little Rock with Harrison as the surface ob, which is the star. And you will notice that that critical angle is way less than 90 degrees. Storms that are moving northeast with southwesterly flow aloft, that's not going to do it. Now, if the wind's backed southeast, that would do it. If there were southeast winds at the surface, and really honestly, the models had that, but that didn't come true. The upper level support kicks in and the storm dies. Now, we can also go to an analyst version of this, and you'll get to see this radar right here. So this is the analyst version as we dive into the data. And so you're going to see right here, there's your surface wind at 16 knots or 20 knots, which is pretty strong. And if we go back to here, make sure we're on that. We are. Okay, good. We'll do is we'll pull it up full. And so this right here shows that your critical angle, let me zoom in here. So SCOF critical angle is only 39.7. You got to have it near 90 in order for it to tornado. Storm relative velocity is definitely impressive. You can see that right here, 105 for 0 to 500 meters. 0 to 3,000 meters, which is 0 to 3 kilometers, 289. We'll come back here. We'll look at this hodograph. That's not a straight line hodograph at all. Your shear depth doesn't even really matter, because if we go to zoom in on this, down here, your shear depth is only 98 meters and it's only 11 knots for magnitude. That wind profile did not come to fruition like what was expected. However, we're not done. We still have to get through this entire line to move through, but it was kind of a messy cluster of junk. Now, the one cell that is looking a little more impressive as we bring this back up. So that's a hodograph, and that measures wind speed with wind direction. So wind speed, wind direction with height. That's the polar coordinate hodograph, essentially. When you're looking at the, and we could talk about that another time, how to read a hodograph, but they're really important for tornado forecasting. This is that circulation that we really got to watch. And that's what it looks like on the radar. Let's go to, if we can, Zach. Let's go to SGF and look at that circulation there. Okay, there's a circulation from SGF. Here's a circulation from INX. You are fine. Drive away. You'll enjoy a beautiful sunny afternoon if you're driving. Well, that car ride camera was getting a good show, wasn't it, Zach?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the car ride camera. You'll encounter some clouds, but and what we call, oh, those are cool clouds. Those are called undulatus asperatus clouds, and they represent turbulence in the atmosphere. So there's a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere, but as far as tornado potential, no. Is there a circulation near Green Forest? That's a good question. There is a little south of Green Forest, but it's going to miss Green Forest. So here's Green Forest at the top of your screen. There's Alpena. There's your circulation that's showing up. This will be going into Boone County. Now, whether the Weather Service warns on it remains to be seen, but it is tightening up a little bit more, and it is going towards Alpena. Now, this is not something that is prompting tornado potential yet, but with this environment, although the environment is missing and lacking ingredients, it's still, if it moves a little more east, you're fine. So Harrison headed back to Fayetteville and is currently in Harrison. Yes, obviously you can see the storms in Harrison. They're making their way eastward. So once he hits 65 and then 62 and then goes down Highway 412, you're going to be encountering that rain until you get into southwestern Carroll County. So honestly, if I were him, Nicole, I would wait a little bit because these are going to be torrential downpours with the potential for hydroplaning on some of those curvy roads. And not only that, but some small hail, some gusty winds. I mean, you saw what the storm was like.
He's strengthening back up again.
Yeah, it is something that we got to watch. Now, you have to remember, too, that I think the winds are just a little more backed in north central Arkansas. And if you do that, if you back the winds, guess what? You've got better low-level helicity, and you've got better storm motions. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to share this tab instead and show you what I mean. So this right here is the mesoanalysis. And you can see on the mesoanalysis, these are the winds out of the south, southeast. The photograph you saw was winds out of the southwest. But that's south, southeast winds. Still not backed enough. But south, southeast, we got to watch that. And then over time, yeah, just the ingredients did not pan out, and it's because that critical angle was not good.
Came close.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. Storm was kind of mid.
A bit stronger at Fayetteville, though.
Yeah, it was pretty strong in Fayetteville when it came through. You could definitely see it. Pretty torrential rains. Like we said, though, hitting fast, moving out, and that's it. Oh, look at this. You want to see a view? I'll show you a beautiful view.
Oh, yeah.
Here's our Siloam Springs Weatherbug Network camera.
Sunny.
Enjoy the afternoon.
Probably a bit breezy, though.
Here's Decatur. Oh,
Wow. Clear.
yep. Beautiful.
We kind of thought it would clear out.
Yeah.
How
About to clear Bentonville,
not much to clear?
Mount Sequoia. You can see
Yeah.
the clearing off in the distance. This circulation's starting to ramp up a little bit more.
Oh, look at it from Springfield. Yeah, it is.
Do you have it from Springfield there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. It's tightening up more and more. This could prompt close to tornado potential. So who's in the path of this? Omaha. If you're in Omaha, you need to be thinking about if a warning gets issued where you're going. The wind on the backside of this. No, they're not bad. I-40. Okay, I thought you said I-49. I don't know where you're coming from. If you're coming from the Clarksville area, storms are pretty much already over there. Yeah, Clarksville. But if you're going, you will encounter rain. There's just no doubt about that. And it'll be heavy, but if you're traveling westbound and it's going eastbound, you won't have to deal with it very long. I'm going to look and see what Little Rock is saying about this. So, tornado warning, Boone County, there it is. Tornado warning's been issued. And that's in our weather coverage area. There's another tornado warning. Man, that Gaither Mountain camera would have been clutch. We don't have it, but tornado warning issued.
Did you do an all
Yeah. Do an all call. New tornado warning for Boone County. New tornado warning for Boone County.
We're up on TV now. So yeah. So
severe storms they just pick right back up, and we have a new tornado warning.
And we're going to show you that right
No,
now.
we're not on the air. You guys ready? We'll go on the air. Okay, it's got 15 seconds. I'll put this on PCR full. Let's do track on weather 1. I'll put it up on Mega Doppler weather 2. Yeah, I thought they would issue. Okay, hold on. Let us know when we're going on so I can launch the stream. I can put it in PCR. Are you ready? New tornado warning, Zach. This is just on the eastern edge of our weather coverage area. That's why we're breaking into programming. It's something that we've been monitoring on our stream, knwa.com, as well as our Facebook pages, YouTube. This is why it's important to monitor those, because we'll break in when the tornado warning is issued. But we were already seeing that rotation starting to increase a few minutes ago. And this is a cell that Josh Rugger was located on as it crossed by Marble.
Yeah, good news is the storms are about to leave the area, but we still have a few of our counties. Boone County, you are in a tornado warning right now.
Really wish we had that Gaither Mountain weather bug
on
camera. But it went down from a multitude of storms that we have seen. So this is the radar from Springfield. We've got the track on that cell. It's moving to the northeast, and this storm is moving pretty quickly. And the conditions are going to go downhill really fast. If you live in Omaha, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Belleville, 423. Boone, 425. Diamond City moving into southwest Missouri at 431. And then you can see continuing into the Northwest Arkansas Regional Medical Center Emergency Medical Service of Diamond City. That's a title, but that's moving to the northeast, like we mentioned. There's the circulation that's just southwest of Coyne. This will be south of Green Forest. Let's go to Mega Doppler if we can, Zach, on weather 2. And we've got a split screen on here showing you the tornado warning. It's west of Bergman, but Omaha, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Now, keep in mind, it's Easter Sunday. About this time, a lot of people travel from Harrison to Northwest Arkansas, from Branson to Northwest Arkansas. Here's Highway 65, and we've got Highway 65 to 412. So 62 to 412, Alpena. That's where that circulation is located, just to the north of Alpena, and that's going to be moving northeastward. So Zach's going to zoom in here a little bit, and we'll take a look at some roads that we can expect. So Lick Branch is going to be in the path of that storm. Prosperity, we will tip up a little bit more to the north and pan up a little bit more to the north because the storm's moving towards Burlington. And so we'll zoom in and we'll get some roads. So this is hyper local for you. There's the circulation. This is the extreme western Boone County. A tornado warning has been issued. Goes until 4:30. You'll see Highway 65, Mahler Lane. If you're hearing these names, you are in the path of this storm. You need to be taking your tornado precautions. Get to the lowest level of your home, downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows. Now, this is a tornado warning that is radar indicated, not observed. So we haven't had any confirmed observed tornadoes today. They've all been radar indicated, and we're starting to see with the radar how it's getting into what's called range folding, purple haze. That's because it's so far away from the radar. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch velocity signatures, and we're going to look at this storm from the Springfield radar. And you'll see that circulation just to the east of Green Forest, moving over Alpena. There's your rotation located right in this region. So you've got green colors that are essentially moving towards the radar, and the red colors moving away. And so there is your circulation. Now, this is from the radar in Fort Smith, but we'll flip it, and you'll see a totally different velocity signature. And now you've got, again, still that rotation, but rain that's moving towards the radar and away. So see how the colors flip. and that's because it's a different radar. And this is probably a better view as it moves into northwestern Boone County. So radar indicated tornado. Wanted to let you know about this. A dangerous storm. It's still in our weather coverage area in eastern Carroll County. People can pick us up on antenna in Boone County because our transmitter is located at Posey Mountain. But the good news is for northwest Arkansas, the I-49 corridor, we got a lot of questions about this, Zach. This warning is not even close. So it does go until 4:45 officially. And all the other storms, they're gone. And this is just about over for our entire severe weather coverage area. I'd say we got another hour or so max, and this storm system is out of here. And then central Arkansas is going to have to deal with some cells and some storms. So, Zach, that's great news. Let's do a track on that. I know you're looking at Weather 1, and we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at a track when you've got that up on this storm that's moving to the northeast. And what's the latest speed on that, Zach?
It's about 50 miles per hour.
Okay, that's up fast. They've all been moving. And we were talking about this on social media and on our live stream. These cells are moving northeast. And you might think, well, so what? That's in terms of tornado potential. They need to be moving more in an easterly direction for them to produce. They still will rotate, prompt tornado warnings, but as far as why nothing has touched down on the ground, there's been a couple of missing ingredients. One of them is the storm motion. That's the key for the type of wind shear environment that we have today. But so you got that track on there with the cell?
Yep, got it right now.
All right, we'll take a look here. We'll go to Weather 1. Zach, take us through that track as it moves northeast.
So we can see the movement of this storm. It's moving northeasterly. We're up in Boone County. This is a tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place right now if you are within this storm polygon. And we can see the areas listed: the Almond Church around 405, beyond that Shady Grove 408, South 416, New Hope Baptist Church 418, Belleville around 422. Pleasant Ridge Church of Christ around 422 as well. In Boone, 424. Beyond that, Tucker Hollow Recreation Area, 425, and Sycamore around 427. So this is a tornado warning, and that storm cone, that is the path of this circulation. And it's not a very good radar location because we have these radars are very far away from where the circulation is. So the circulation might not look very impressive, but it is. And this is a radar indicated rotation. So it's not confirmed, but if it does get confirmed, we will let you know. And you need to be in your safe place if you are in the Boone County area. The storm is moving northeasterly, again, pretty quickly. So it should be out of the area relatively quickly. But 444 or 445 is when this warning will end. So until then, we need to be in our safe places. We need to be weather aware for sure in that portion of Boone County. And
a little bit of a hail core too, Zach, that's starting to pop up south of Omaha. We can go to Weather 2 now again on Mega Doppler. There you see the tornado warning, as you mentioned, till 445. This is going to be basically north of Harrison as of now. The circulation, you can see it on the screen. There it is, located just to the west of Burlington, but not super impressive in terms of its strength. You've got a lot of winds that are going towards the radar and away from the radar, but it's lacking that ingredient in terms of the storm motion. But because it's tornado warned, we just wanted to let you know about it. We're still tracking it, and we'll stay on this storm on air until it starts to move out. Storm's moving through Branson, a little bit of light rain near Berryville. But I'll show you what we can experience here very soon on this Easter Sunday as the storms begin to move out. And you got to see this. This is quite a different scene than what's happening across those areas. Total sunshine. So that is a live WeatherBug Network camera, not recorded. That's from Allen Elementary in Siloam Springs. Now a little bit farther east, you got Huntsville, cloud cover, no rain, no storms. We did have our Gaither Mountain WeatherBug Network camera that would have had an amazing view of this storm, but unfortunately it has since weakened. Let's look at the rotation, normalized rotation, see if that's increased at all. You can definitely tell that cell is a little stronger, and this is what prompted that tornado warning. There's the elongated rotation, and this continues for another 39 minutes, moving northeast at 43 knots, which is about 50 miles per hour. So Harrison, yes, officially you are under the tornado warning, but I think the circulation is going to be passing a little north of you as we look at the reflectivities, the velocities, and the normalized rotation. So there is a little bit of a rotation that's starting to pop up to the south. So all day today, we've had these little embedded circulations, these little rotations that have popped up. Some of them have been stronger than others. Newton County has a little bit of a circulation now too. That's just the way it's been all day today, Zach. Now, have we had any counties cleared out from the tornado watch?
Yeah, we actually have.
Okay, we're going to show you that here
Can bring that up.
as we bring that up. So here's a look at what's not been excluded from the tornado watch. Obviously, this storm, tornado warning, no hail. So it shows you it's a kind of a lower top storm. We'll go ahead and we'll zoom out here across the area. Take a look at this tornado watch that's gone for the I-49 corridor. So that's it. That's the end of the storms. Pretty soon it'll be cleared out of Carroll, Madison, Franklin, Logan, and Scott counties. Johnson County still has severe thunderstorm warnings. And all of these warnings have these tornado possible tags. So every single one that you see that's orange colored, the little darker orange, that's a tornado possible. Not meaning that it's quite as strong as this circulation. So tornado watch canceled for Northwest Arkansas for some counties. A lot of other counties not having, the all clear yet. Take a look at some velocities here. And we're going to do it from 3 different radars. So there's Springfield. We'll tip down here just a little bit more, and you can see there is Fort Smith's radar. It's just starting to fall apart, honestly. Zach, I think this storm is weakened. And in terms of what I'm seeing, I think the rotation's falling apart. Let's go to Mega Doppler here, and we'll see. Go to Mega Doppler and see that rotation. What are you seeing, Zach?
It looks a lot more broad.
Yeah.
There's a relative velocity. Here's the normalized.
Yeah. So officially tornado warning in Boone County. We're going to continue to cover this on our stream, but I think it's starting to weaken and fall apart. So we'll wait for one more scan and see what it looks like. But it looks like I don't think this warning, if that continues, will go until 4:45. Nevertheless, still a dangerous storm. We're still watching it, but I think it's starting to weaken just a little bit. Let's do this, Zach. Let's switch radars. Let's go to Fort Smith on Mega Doppler, or go to Springfield on Mega Doppler. I think that's a good move there, just because I want to take a look at that velocity signature from Mega Doppler, and just to determine if we do need to stay on this.
It's about 9,000 feet up.
I mean, all of them are going to be really high up.
Well, the Fort Smith radar was about 9,000.
Yeah.
This is about 3,000.
Okay, so we'll see the circulation. You let me know when we've got.
Yeah, we got it. Let me take it in weather 1.
Yeah, you can take it in weather 1.
Yeah.
So there's your weak rotation all along the line, and we'll look at the velocity signature. We have the storm motion to the warning. And we'll see. Yeah, that looks pretty broad to me. Very outflow dominant. I don't think that tornado warning lasts much longer. So it had that rotation. Now it's weakened. So with that being said, we're going to continue to cover this storm on our stream, knwa.com, Facebook, YouTube, X, you name it. We got you covered. But until then, and there you go. You can scan that QR code to get the very latest with our Weather Authority app. You can also watch the live stream located in there. So tornado warning officially goes until 4:45, but this will expire a lot sooner than that. So we'll now return you back to your regularly scheduled programming. We'll continue to cover this storm online with our stream. Keep it here. We'll keep you safe. Yeah, sometimes you don't need to stay on these storms the entire time they're tornado warned, because they probably should drop that here pretty quick.
Still some strong straight line winds.
Yes, that's for sure. Blue sky showing in Springdale. In Omaha, no visible rotation.
Nice.
I know. Just missed it.
Harrison back up.
This was an enhanced risk bust, by the way. Big time bust.
Overhyped.
Overhyped? I just think,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't know about overhyped. I think like I said, the ceiling for this event was there, but not all the ingredients came together.
Yeah,
The system's very impressive.
yeah. I mean, the threat was there. You just sometimes it doesn't all come together.
But there has to be more studies on this low level shear. There really does. The
Yeah.
large curved looping photographs. I don't want looping photographs if you want tornadoes, if you're a storm chaser. You want straight line, low level photographs. I'm not disappointed at all. I'm thrilled, Tina. What I am saying though is like, no, I'm not disappointed. I'm ecstatic. The last thing I want to be
Yeah.
doing is having people that
No. We
get hit
like
by
having a
storms.
bust.
Yes.
Yeah.
We like busts. I know that it makes us look bad in terms of, you know, the storms didn't happen and we were talking about it and then people will come back and be like hype.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like, here's the deal. The window of opportunity was there, but not everything came together. And that was a question that I had yesterday, Zach, if that instability would really return. We had the showers that popped up, probably some, you know, some prayers answered, divine intervention, who knows, you know, but those showers popped up and things kind of died out as that storm came through. So they're talking about lightning increasing substantially with this storm
Yeah.
in Boone County.
Yeah, we're still watching that storm.
Absolutely. It'll probably tornado in southwest Missouri.
But no, we would much rather have no severe weather.
Yeah, no severe weather
Ever.
at all.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
And remember when I was talking about how it was a conditional threat? This is
Yeah.
what we mean by conditional. The conditional threat is basically the enhanced risk has that opportunity to produce some pretty significant storms and tornadoes. But when you look at all the fine scale details, they all didn't, all the pieces of the puzzle didn't come together.
Yeah.
Zach, it's like if you're cooking your red meat and Ezekiel bread.
Yeah.
If you don't have
Uh-huh.
what's an ingredient in the red meat? You just eat straight red meat. Huh? You don't season it? Do you season it?
No, I get a little bit of seasoning. in
Okay,
there,
well imagine
you know.
no seasoning.
Yeah.
No seasoning. Yeah.
Well, if you cook it correctly, it'll still taste good.
All right. Anything on the tornado warning north of Springfield? Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't even looked up there. Same old stuff. These rotations, embedded rotations, but nothing major. Very weak circulation. There's the tornado warning headed towards Buffalo. That's the way it's been all day, Zach. All day we've had these circulations, had strong shear. Just really hasn't done it.
Yeah.
But you can see that lightning increasing near Omaha. So Omaha is getting a really good downpour, probably getting some pea-size hail. Already came through. No. I hope you don't take it as I'm disappointed. I will say this, that, you know, people will be like, I know they're enhanced risk and nothing happened. It was a
Yeah.
bust. But
Yeah.
we talked about how the conditional threat was there. We're talking about how some things might not, I don't think so. Something might not quite, line up. And that's exactly what that did. So, Stacy, I don't know what you're saying about that. Someone said touchdown. Unless they're watching football.
Yeah.
Could be watching
UFL
football.
game.
I don't see that. I've got the radar here from Springfield. Now, granted, it is parallel to the line, and it could be ramping up, but this tornado warning is nearly done. They'll expire it here pretty soon. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Kind of a bust. What was your saving grace behind this? It was those extra showers that came in, and honestly, the way that the low ejected with the southwest flow, Brendan, that's what caused the wrong storm motion. So not everything lined up. I do want to look at the water vapor. Let's look at this thing. Have you seen it yet? Have you watched it? Nope. Oh man. Look at that system zipping in. Now here's the deal. We didn't have much clearing. Look, we had brief clearing.
Oh, yeah.
That's not enough. The cells are,
Look at Houston, Arkansas, though. There was some clearing.
yeah. There's the line. There's the cells. That is one tight weather system. You know, I got to give a shout out to the European. European nailed this. GFS had it like way up here. Remember that earlier in the week? Remember we were like saying, well, why does the GFS have that way up there?
Yeah.
The European took that low. Look exactly where that low tracked. But yeah. That's it.
But you wrap around snow.
No, not on this one. No.
Yeah.
And so here we'll look at the jet stream. I'll show you the jet associated with this too. Yeah, see, look at that flow. That is a system, and they did a good job on that. But that flow is out of the south. You could see it. I'll zoom in on it. But, oh, I gotta load it up in the show.
Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Oh. Yes. NWA is clear. You can sleep. You can enjoy. You have a beautiful night ahead where you don't have any problems. Let's check that out for Hot Springs because there might be some friends and family that are in the Hot Springs area.
New tornado warning. Hot Springs.
Yeah. I gotta show you this though, real quick. I wish you could just without pausing it. Oh, come on. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
What?
If you could just manipulate it and pause it without zoom in without pausing it. So here,
yeah.
so this is a look at the weather system ejecting. So, well, Jorge, go look outside, man, and you'll probably see blue sky and sunshine. So if you're in your shelter, you can get out. We're done. But look, here's southwest flow. If we had more westerlies, then those storms would have been moving more easterly, and then that would have lined up with the low level shear. But the way that this system kicked out, just not super favorable. Also, too, look at the convergence. There's some upper level convergence, which causes sinking.
Yeah.
But here you have upper level divergence, where the winds are flowing away from each other. Look right here. South flow south to north, and see how you get that flow as divergence. That's why those storms are a little stronger. Let's look at that Hot Springs storm, Zach. And let's see some of the instability too. This tornado warning has to be done with.
Cropped out some more counties from the watch.
Yeah. I'll load up Little Rock's radar. So this is the fuel that's available for thunderstorms. Look at how it's starting to show yellows. So yellows are a little stronger. Let's determine if our shear is good or getting better. So let's review. I'm going to look at that cell. That's approaching Hot Springs. So there's the tornado. Now this is a little bit more of an isolated cell. And now these are better cells. This is where the rotation is starting to ramp up.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think it's more of an easterly path. It is. Oh yeah, those are circulations right there. All right. We are going to look at the Hot Springs METAR, and we're going to look at the Little Rock VAD. Let's see what type of storm motions we have on this. This is a little more easterly. .233 at 44. Aha! Look at what happened. Stand by. Getting closer to a 90-degree critical angle, but look at how the straight line shear vector kind of straightened out. So, stand by. So here we have Little Rock's bad. We have a surface wind from Hot Springs, and we got a storm motion of 233 at 44 knots. Now look at the shear depth too, 732 millimeters. So it's a lot deeper, and the shear magnitude is 31 knots. So a horizontal roll along the ground, and then you've got the storm motion that's paralleling that horizontal roll, and therefore you've got much better tornado potential. And I don't know if you're saying Benton County or Benton, Arkansas. All is clear in Northwest Arkansas. Done. You're watching in our weather coverage area, except for northern sections, extreme northern sections of Boone County. You're done. Benton, Arkansas. Yeah, let's take a look at that. So I've got Mega Doppler loaded up here, and we got some pretty impressive cells. These are more impressive, and the circulations are definitely stronger. Oh, Zach. Boy, this is not good for Hot Springs.
Yeah.
So this is getting close to producing a tornado. And that is north of Airport Road right here. So it's Percy, Highway 70 right here. Bring that up. So here's the circulation. Here's the velocity. We'll do a split screen. See how it's a lot tighter? This is what we were looking at. All day we were looking at these cells, Zach, that had, bright greens, which is winds that are racing in towards the storm, but we didn't have anything that was wrapping around the outside. We didn't have that rear flank downdraft. This is having the rear flank downdraft. These are isolated supercells. These are better storms in terms of tornado potential, or you could say worse storms. But in terms of the environment, it's more favorable.
South of us, but if you know people in the Hot Springs area, Little Rock area, they're not done. I bet that Boone County storm
Gone.
dead. Goodbye.
Yep. They're still having the tornado warning, but it's going to be gone here soon. Okay. Yeah, this cell that's coming into.
Ooh, latest scan.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to go. There's going to be multiple. So for us, we dodged a bullet. But remember, the shear didn't improve until it's made its way east.
We kind of thought that might happen.
Yeah.
Jasper has rotation. You see that comment?
Yeah, I don't believe that. But you know what? I'll just real quick, I'll take a look at that. Because I looked at it from a different radar. Nah. Nope. No rotation there. 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 In fact, you don't even have any storms anymore. That's it. It's moving out from Jasper. And then it moves out of our weather coverage area. And this should be done for. And there's no reason that tornado warning should continue. But I know they've got other storms that they're dealing with, so that's what they're watching. All right, so here are the. Are you all ready for the shows at 5? You, Zach. It's getting close to 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we'll have to set up his show.
Yeah.
Tornado warning till 5 o'clock, and that is Garland, Montgomery, Perry, and Saline County. Now, here's the deal. We don't cover those counties. That is a good idea, though, Becky. I will do that just because I'm tracking these cells as they come into Hot Springs. That is a good idea. TVS on this cell, that's west of Jesseville. So, Zach, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take over Mega Doppler and Weather 2. How about that?
All right.
And then you can take Weather 1. And I'll bring up this, and then we'll have some iDrive cameras here. Yeah, I don't have anything. Let's see if we got anything. Camera's looking the wrong direction. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. Yeah, it's not quite there yet. No areas that are good to see, as you can tell. Yeah, Zach, I'll let you build your show.
I should probably let them know that we're doing a show, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Do they not?
Just in case.
So here's iDrive, and here's the cell that's tornado warned. The cell that's north is even better. I'll show you that. These storms are starting to ramp up big time. Yeah, they're about to produce tornadoes. That's looking eastbound, though. That's not a favorable view. Eastbound's not going to help. That's looking west, but you can barely see the skyline. That's looking eastbound. That's looking eastbound. Okay, here's one. We'll leave it on this for a little while. So I'll leave that up. We'll go back to Mega Doppler, and we'll take a look at these two circulations. So it's still kind of moving more northeast. If it right turns, that's when the tornado potential will be maximized. You can see that had a TVS. I bet you that had a rotating wall cloud with it. Two circulations that are pretty impressive. So you got Hot Springs, Jesseville. Look at the velocities. Notice how that's kind of getting a little bit more broader. This is a little tighter. So this is a cell that we've got to watch. There's the hook echo with the storm. It does look like it's co-located. We'll look at the NROT. You can definitely see that NROT showing up. The iDrive camera, that's looking west. So this cell should be tracking. We should get a good view of it. But other than that, this is live. Yes, absolutely. This is live. So the time right now is 4:29 and 35 seconds. We've been streaming severe weather that's moved into northwest Arkansas and moved out. And honestly, I'd say the storm was pretty mid, as people said. Okay. Yeah, Benton, Arkansas. It's a little bit north of Benton, Arkansas, but we'll continue to watch that. So this cell will be tracking north of Benton, Arkansas. Which, by the way, have you been to the Buc-ee's, Michael? Guess that's going to be opening up or has opened up. Mm-hmm. Is that something on the far left for Dan? This is my suit coat, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know, Becky, what you're meaning. Thank you for Joel for replying. You're kind of like damage control in terms of people that are wondering what's going on. We know the storm has potential. We're in a shelter in Lead Hill. Okay. I don't think you need to be in that anymore. Everything's gone. Storm's out of there. If we look here, the warning's expired for Lead Hill, so you can get out. All clear. No more tornado. If you're just joining in and you want to know why these storms didn't tornado in Northwest Arkansas, the shear wasn't there, but now starting to get a little bit more to a 90-degree critical angle. We'll look at a new photograph here and plot it. .210. So there's 221. So still pretty impressive. Storm motions need to be a little more easterly. Yeah, storm's out, done. No more tornado potential for Boone County. Severe thunderstorms are about to expire. But then we got these two cells that are of concern. And that one has weakened. That rotation's become too broad because what's happened is you've got essentially the outflow from the other storm that's killed it. But there is that information on that tornado warning. Goes until 5 o'clock, but we're not going to be covering it that long. But the one that is southwest of Hot Springs, that looks a little bit more favorable for tornadoes. So watch, you can see this cell interact. So it was looking pretty impressive, but then the forward flank from this cell is what brought rain-cooled air and killed that inflow. And so now that storm's getting choked off. That's the end of that. This one, however, has some juicy air to work with. And you can see the circulation. Still pretty broad, but it is getting tighter. We look at the normalized rotation. There's the circulation. It's approaching Hot Springs. Let's see if they put any cameras to the west. So we got this one that's looking westbound. I can see maybe a little bit of a wall cloud off in the distance. Not exactly sure if that's what that is at the moment, but boy, that circulation is ramping up pretty good. So let's see if they have this pointed west. Nope, still eastbound. Oh, confirmed now. It's already a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado, everyone. There it is. I knew that circulation was looking more impressive. Look at the CC. It must be observed by spotters. Broadcast media confirmed the tornado. So they have a spotter out on it. We'll probably start seeing some debris showing up. Don't see it on the PTDS yet. Oops. Yeah, tightening up. Notice how the inflow is tightened up. You got some pink areas showing up. Come on, man. Spin the cameras around. Eastbound doesn't help. That doesn't help. That's way too low to see anything. That's eastbound. I'm looking at all these cameras here, trying to get a good view. Every one is pointed. There we go, that one. exit 5. So this is quite a ways west of the tornado. I know, that's what I'm looking at right here. You're seeing this right here. That would be the wall cloud, but you're not going to be able to see the tornado this far away. Confirm, Zach. Yeah, these storms are going nuts. Yeah. Yep, we were just talking about that. Just confirmed. Hey guys, if you want to know if it's live, look at this. Look at the time, 4:36. It's 4:36 right now. This is live. At the time we're doing this, this is live. You might watch it later. But we got 3 circulations. 1, 2, 3. I'll tell you what, Little Rock is under the gun today, man. Another bad day.
You're gonna slammed all year.
Man. Every camera is pointing eastbound, Zach, except for one on iDrive.
Eastbound.
Yeah,
Come on.
I know. This is a confirmed tornado. I'm not seeing any type of debris signature, but remember that has to be lofted quite a ways in the air in order for that to show up. We got any spotters?
Oh, I don't know.
What about Conway? So Conway is going to be, yeah, in the danger zone in terms of storms coming in potentially. But as far as Conway being in the path right now, no. However, if it continues its motion, that would put it in Conway. But this cell's about to cross. It's just to the east of Crystal Springs, so that really rapidly developed and tightened up. And now look at the circulation showing yellows. So if you're wondering what that is, this is called NROT, and this is what it looks like. So the circulation right there, it says tornado possible. We already know that this is increased. There's the newest radar scan. Go back to Mega Doppler here. So Crystal Springs. Yeah, we could plot if people are watching Mountain Pine. So it's right now crossing. So if there is a tornado on the ground still, we would see a big correlation coefficient drop because it's hitting a populated area now. Take the radar off for a second. We'll zoom in. Heavily forested area. This will start lifting some trees and limbs and stuff like that, and leaves. And so that will dramatically increase the correlation coefficient. Got the other cell that's down to the southwest. That's a strong circulation. Amity Horror right there on that cell.
Is that where it was filmed?
No. I was just making a joke. Going back to that iDrive camera, tilted way down, too far away to see that cell. But this is the wall cloud associated with it. Let me see if they move these other cameras. Nope, still eastbound. See, that doesn't tell you anything. Eastbound. Well, if they were to flip that one around, we would get a great view. Even westbound. Oh, there's a wall cloud. You can kind of see it at the very, 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 very top. Right there is your wall cloud. If I had the camera, I would tilt it up a little bit. Just a smidge, you could see that wall cloud coming. Wow. This Amity storm is going to become confirmed real soon. There. You know what? I'm going to save you time.
Good idea.
Yeah. There you go, Joel. Yeah, if we could tilt up on that, that would be amazing. Check this out. 2 strong circulations. This one's really cranking up near Amity. If you look here, starting to get pretty tight. You can see it's co-located with the reflectivity. Spectrum width shows very strong turbulence. Maybe a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop. Not quite certain yet. Nope. Nothing there yet.
We got some homes damaged in western Fayetteville.
Oh, yeah? From those winds? Yeah, maybe it wasn't so mid.
And we got some pictures too. Tree limbs took down power line. Yeah.
Wait
we
a
got
minute.
some
What?
damage.
You got a warning for Berryville? No, yeah, you shouldn't have an alert for Berryville. That's crazy. Man, the alert system is poor. Oh, look at the wall cloud now, guys. You can see it. Might get a better view on the other camera here. There you go. That could be developing tornado right there. You see it kind of right in the middle of the screen? No, not quite. But this is the wall cloud right here associated with that storm. But there's a lot of things you can't see. Was there any other camera? Eastbound, eastbound, westbound. Nope. How about this one? Please be westbound. Okay, that doesn't help. We'll just stay on this one, guys. There's nothing else that's better.
Some water rescues up in Berry County
Yeah,
this morning.
believe it. So it's not confirmed anymore.
Some highways closed because of flooding.
There's the wall cloud, Zach. You can see it.
Oh yeah.
I love Becky. Becky is like, must be like a meteorologist, man. She knows her stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, Zach, you just said we got some damage reports. Do we have anybody going out there? A crew?
I mean, we got pictures sent
Yeah.
into the newsroom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll show that. So damage near Howard Nickel. This is going to be straight line winds. That is the wall cloud. You're looking westbound from Hot Springs, but this is like south of Hot Springs, and now the wall cloud has passed to the northwest of this camera. So you're just seeing the back edge, and now it's like not as impressive. So over here is your better wall cloud, because if you go back to the radar here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You're located right here, viewing west, and you're seeing this, but you're really seeing it over here, so it's already passed. Now this cell right here will have a better view, as that comes into western section of the Perry County right there. In case you don't know your counties, got Hot Spring County, Perry County. This is where western Perry County on this circulation. Hey, speaking rotation, Mike Irwin just talked about rotation.
All right.
Rotation in the playing in the players lineup. All right. Yeah, very impressive circulation there. That's a little bit better of a cell too. Get the county names off there. Hot Spring County, Point Cedar. Man, here's a look at the end of the view of that storm. That's it. It's over. That's the back edge of the tornado warning storm. Still eastbound on Albert Pike. And that's it. Ah, TBS on that cell by Mountain Pine. New circulation really starting to tighten up again. Some cell interactions occurring on the southwest side. There's your velocity. If those cells track just a little more to the east, that would be favorable for tornado potential. All right, let's zoom out here a little bit. Wait, you sure about that?
Look at Lincoln. Clear.
Oh, yeah.
It was looking west, right?
So Garland County's got a tornado warning that is pretty impressive. But then it kind of fell apart on the last one. Yeah, that's headed right for Hot Springs Village. Circulation by Point Cedar is ramping up too. Yeah, that's probably the strongest one. You want to do a track on this, Zach?
Oh, yeah.
I can do it. I'll make it happen here. I won't be able to get a view of any of the storms, so that's sorry about that. That circulation, though, that's entering Hot Spring County, west of Malvern, that's pretty impressive. That's the most impressive one. So that's the one we're going to track here. And storm motion's 45 miles per hour. So Zach's busy building his show while he's doing that. Go ahead and go to pallets. We're going to track this. All right. 45 miles per hour. I'm going to track that out over time because I wonder if these cells are going to weaken. I don't think they will. So let's show you this here.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a look at the track of that cell. So we've got Hot Springs coming in at 520, according to the latest storm motions. Benton, 556. Shannon Hills, 612, 610. Little Rock, about 622. That's an intense circulation. Going back to Mega Doppler, look at this. Zach. This is a good sell in terms of visuals. So we go here, we place marker here. There you get to see it's right in the middle. It's not quite co-located, but then again, the radar beam is 6,000 feet in the air. There's your normalized rotation, your spectrum width, storm relative velocity, base velocity, you name it, man. It's all got it on this cell. And let's give her a try here. Eastbound. Eastbound. There's not much viewing here. I was just looking at some iDrive cameras. Could not find one that has any type of circulation in view. Pretty much every single severe thunderstorm warning is going to have that tornado possible tag. Yeah, every single. So you see this severe thunderstorm warning, it just basically covered the entire thing. They went all the way down here. They just said, forget it. I'm going to cover every single part of the storm. That right there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. We'll zoom in on this. I like to
bother y'all for a second.
look at
Whoever
this.
is mic 1, could I ask you to switch to mic 3?
I got it.
Okay, and then I'll get batteries.
Yeah, I
it's
do
my
need a
grandma and
nap.
sister,
I do need a nap, Lone Wolf.
but I'm sure they'll be fine. They'll be okay.
What? Well, in Benton?
Yeah, they got a basement. They'll be okay. So
Okay, this cell that's coming towards Benton, though, Kate, it is something to watch, especially if it right turns. It's still a
Yeah.
ways out. I
Well,
have a
actually they're a bit north of Benton.
yeah, I
right
know,
there,
and that's
so-
kind of right in the path. So I did this track. So if it does track that way, it'll be right around 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, I called my grandma. Zach mentioned it earlier and told her to keep an eye out. So
Yeah.
she's got a basement.
Here's this. I don't need this anymore.
Okay,
I wouldn't even show that.
thank you.
I was going to show it just for Central Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not. But it's not updated for us. You can just put a
Yeah.
big old X through it.
Big old bust.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's people that had homes damaged, so that's not good.
Yeah, yeah. That's
So if you're watching, there's the track of that cell. We're going to update that track.
Yeah, it's probably not best showing it just because it has.
I think it's misleading.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Let's see if there's any type of now this storm is moving a little bit more, and it's still moving in northeasterly direction, so it just falls apart. Crossing right now, Highway 84.
Do y'all need an IFB or no? You
No.
don't need it.
I don't. No, I'm headed out of here real soon.
Okay, so you don't
Oh no, I got one.
good on battery.
I think.
So obviously a busy day for Central Arkansas. And let's see here. Hot Springs. I'm gonna load up that new photograph real fast. Oh, why do I have two reflectivities? Reflectivity and velocity. Here you go. That's right. Oh, low level shear is back, Zach. 230 at 39. It's getting close. Yep, it's starting to get closer to that critical angle. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is the critical angle right here of 75.5. The shear depth is 171 meters, which is pretty high. Shear magnitude's 23 knots. That's very favorable. Just a slight easterly turn in direction, if it does deviate, would cause this storm to tornado and produce a tornado. And if it stays on that track, it would be potentially a strong tornado. But right now, the storm motions are just a little bit too far northeast. Are you going on right at 5, or is there a golf? I'm not sure. Oh,
We're going right at 5.
oh, going right at 5. So you get to see Zach's first forecast as he's been putting together the show.
We're doing a recap off the top.
I don't know. I've barely seen the rundowns.
It's all facing the wrong direction unless it looks a lot better. And it's just, it doesn't look good, Becky. I'll show you. You can't see anything. The wall cloud is on the left-hand side. So we need to move the camera. It's right here. That cloud's right here. But camera needs to move over.
Hey, Casey, where am I supposed to be?
Yeah, I got these for that.
You the NPS?
Huh? No.
Not on your.
Weather lab.
Nope.
And this
Deleted it.
somewhere else.
Deleted it. No, I have the MPS. It's right there. You see it right there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Did you launch it?
Trying to.
Okay. All right, 1 minute out, guys, to showtime, to the actual newscast. So it's nice as we can start streaming and then we can go immediately to the newscast without any hiccup at all. What do you need, Zach? Do you need a camera?
I think I might just show my square.
Okay.
Where's
Under Fayetteville. That's Sequoia, yep.
I'll do a recap. And I'll do storms. Then I'll do
Cool.
the watch. I get wrapped here.
30 out.
Well, which is fine.
Yeah. So right now those cells are weakening again. They're just too much cell
Maybe
interaction.
right here, just have like, I don't know. Probably not that.
No. I'll do a wider view to show Northwest Arkansas clearing out.
Yeah.
How bad was the damage to those homes? All right. Stand by, newscast at 5, starting now.
Proudly covering the Northwest Arkansas community. This is KNWA News at 5.
Storms recently rolling through our area this afternoon, and there are some homes in Fayetteville with damage left behind. You can see these pictures on your screen right now near the Huemont Division in Fayetteville, near Holt Middle School and Holcomb Elementary. Our crew And we have people out there talking to some of the people that live in that area, trying to learn as much information as we can as to what that situation was like with those storms rolling through. And we'll update you as we learn more. Thank you for joining us here at 5 o'clock. Obviously, a lot of severe weather, rain, wind, tornado warned storms rolling through our weather coverage area this afternoon. I'm Casey Smith, joined alongside meteorologist Zach Gillies.
Yeah.
Zach, I think we should all just take one big collective deep breath, because it's been a wild weekend. Thankfully, we're kind of on the back half of this. Can you just kind of walk us through a recap of what we had this afternoon?
Yeah, it's been a very active day, very active weekend. But right now, I have some good news. It's actually looking pretty quiet. Here's a Mount Sequoia view looking west. Seeing a clear blue sky, a few clouds off in the distance on the backside of this big low. But those clouds, maybe a few light showers. I do think that tonight looks pretty quiet, and Monday and Tuesday should actually be some nice days. Now, I do want to show you the radar. I want to show you what it's looking like right now. So here's Northwest Arkansas. Looks quiet. Those storms are pushing eastward, but we can see some very strong storms moving into the Mountain Home area, further south, Little Rock area. If you know people who live in central Arkansas, make sure they know about these storms. We're seeing multiple tornado warnings heading towards the Conway area, zooming in on that. Benton, Arkansas, Hot Springs, but those are southeast of us. For us, it's quiet, but it wasn't quiet last night. We had 2 rounds of severe storms, one late last night, another early this afternoon. Here's a loop of what happened last night. Those storms moved in around midnight, and we had some severe weather. A little break in the action around 5, but during the morning, those storms picked back up. And then around noontime, storms moved back in on this Easter Sunday. And right now, those storms are east of the coverage area. So for us, we're done with severe weather in Northwest Arkansas. But in total, we had about 26 reports of severe weather. And zooming in on some of those, we saw some photos of West Fayetteville. There was some tree limbs that went down and took down a few power lines, and there was some damage to a home. We saw that several homes damaged around 2:37, the time of that report, in Wheeler in Washington County. Further north, we have some flooding issues. A whole lot of rain was seen, and looking at Cassville area, State Highway Y is closed due to flooding. And further west in McDonald County, State Highway is closed due to flooding as well. So we have a flood warning in effect for the whole county of McDonald County. And as we expand the view, tornado watch in our far eastern counties through 7, but that should expire before 7. But that will continue east of us. And we can see the whole line is severe warned heading towards central Arkansas. But for us, Casey, is looking pretty quiet. Here's a Posey Mountain view, shaping up to be a nice afternoon, mid to upper 60s. So, I think for us, we can, in Northwest Arkansas, we can enjoy the rest of this Easter Sunday.
What a difference a couple hours makes, right? Right over your shoulder there, you're seeing blue skies and clouds. It looks like it's just a nice, normal Easter Sunday, right? Just a complete 180 from what we had just a couple hours ago.
That's Northwest Arkansas for you. Just blink and it'll go from being stormy to perfectly nice.
All right. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate you and Dan and the entire Weather Authority team for keeping us updated. But in the meantime, we just showed you some of those damage photos. And if you received damage, you saw damage, or you're having flooding issues from today's storms or throughout the weekend, we want to hear from you. Just take out your phone and scan the QR code that you see on your screen, and that'll take you to a link where you can submit any photos or videos that you may have taken from the recent severe weather that rolled through our area, and then, hey, we may show it on air. Benton County Emergency Management and road crews are still on standby, ready to respond to any potential new reports of flooding. And we're told the county's road departments increased staffing throughout this weekend to help respond to flooded areas. And even though the storms have already moved out of our area, flooding can still be a concern. And that coming from creek beds rising and roads potentially becoming underwater, that prompts some hazardous roads to be blocked off. And if you come across one of these roads that are blocked off, Benton County Communications Director Melody Kwok advises you to not drive over it until it's completely clear.
Those are the things that we own and that we are allowed to work with. Obviously, we have our first responders as well that go out and help and assist people, rescue people from their homes, from their vehicles.
And Quack says the county participates in the National Flood Insurance Program and encourages you to apply for assistance if you're impacted by flooding. And you can keep up with the county's road closure map over on its website. Now, speaking of, we've been monitoring that map closely, and right now there are 8 total road closures throughout the county. Dixon, Pierce, and Pearl roads, which we told you about last night, are still impacted due to flooding, with the latest areas closed down east of Interstate 49. Near the Arkansas-Missouri state line, there's a long stretch of Lucas Lane that's closed due to flooding, and then Spanker Creek and Little Sugar Creek's water levels have risen above concrete slab overpasses along Spanker Creek Road and Gooseberry Lane, affecting those areas as well. Now, we have a web story up on our website right now that details the areas that are currently impacted, and that number may be increasing with some of the rain that we got this afternoon. So to see what roadways are impacted, you can head on over to our website, knwa.com, where we'll have all that information. And today marks 1 week since the deadly shooting in a Conway park. More than 100 shots rang out from 6 different weapons last Sunday night at 5th Avenue Park, where 2 people were killed and 9 others were injured. And today, Reverend Benny Johnson with the Arkansas Stop the Violence movement is frustrated with the recent violence in the city. Johnson spoke with the family of one victim, sympathizing with their pain, and he's now calling for the shooters to be arrested. Now, mentioning that violence that's recently hit Conway, there was another shooting yesterday, the second within the span of the last week, where a University of Central Arkansas student was shot in the leg, but thankfully that victim is home and recovering now. Severe weather throwing a wrench in some Easter events earlier today, but Easter at the Bend, which was supposed to be today, will now take place tomorrow afternoon, beginning at 4 p.m. It's still going to be at the Bend in Bentonville, and you and your family can celebrate the holiday, even if it's a day later, with an egg hunt while listening to some live music. Now, thankfully, one of the indoor events that wasn't canceled today, bringing out the best 4-legged athletes from our area. Dogs are running, jumping, and stunning for judges at today's April show. We'll have more coming up in just a bit.
And speaking of athletes, a big weekend for Arkansas athletes on the track and field out in both California and Florida. We'll fill you in on how the Hogs fared and hear from men's head coach Chris Bucknam. That's coming up next in your Big Trail Nation report.
It's been a very active Easter weekend, but I have some good news. Storm chances for Northwest Arkansas are over. And if you look outside right now, it actually looks quite nice. It is sunny. Got the radar behind me. I can show you that real quick. It is dry across Northwest Arkansas, but Central Arkansas, that's a different story. We have multiple tornado warnings heading towards the Little Rock area. If you know people in those areas, make sure they're weather aware. Some impressive circulations, yeah, right there, just south of the Applin area, west of Perryville. But for us, it's quiet, and I'll have more details on all this coming up in weather.
You're watching KNWA News at 5 with Casey Smith, meteorologist Zach Gilday, and your Big Trail Nation report with Evan Chemico.
Yeah, you got it right, Gregory. Zach. Oh, yeah, Zach. Yeah, Zach, not Zachy. It looks like Zachy, but it's an exclamation point. Nice job, Zach.
Thanks.
Yeah, good job, buddy. So he's got sports coming up. Here's what I want to do. I want to look at the archive here. Yeah. If you drive to, if you go tonight, yeah. So 16. Yeah. There, see?
So
There is awesome.
that's 1 o'clock. That's 2 o'clock.
I mean, if you leave right now, you might see some rain.
Where are you going?
Austin.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing happening.
I just want to make sure we're the certified most accurate besties.
Oh, well, I
Maybe a
appreciate that.
few like yeah, but you're no,
I
you're
can,
good.
you can drive in rain.
You're good.
Just not when I'm lost. All
Yeah.
right. I'll see y'all Thursday.
Yeah, have a good
Are
time.
you out?
I'm out.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Thanks for all your help.
Thanks for all y'all do.
All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to load up real quick. I want to load up the archive and see what came through Fayetteville. If we missed the circulation or something like that, Zach. Yeah,
Let's check it
it's
out.
always possible. I mean, something could
It
spin
is.
up real quick.
Oh, that's funny.
What?
You heard that coming?
Oh, nice. It's a family affair.
That's great.
What was she saying? Or I don't know if it's 11-year-old son or daughter, but that's cool. Wait a minute. Becky is 12 years old? So you're the one that knows all about the storms at 12
Wow.
years old?
That's
That's
impressive.
amazing. Yes. Standing ovation. That's amazing. That's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
Becky's like, she knows a lot about the weather. If she's 12 years old, that's
Wow.
impressive.
Sure is.
Okay, Zach, I hope you're not using Mega Doppler because I'm looking
Nope.
at the archive. Yeah, I definitely straight line wins. Yeah, you could see those winds really cranking up. Check this out. This shows the radar. This is what caused the damage. So here's Mega Doppler. This is archived video, archived radar. Okay, archived, not current. It's 5:11 is the current time, but this was at 2:20, 2:26 in the afternoon. And here is what was that subdivision that was hit, guys? What was the subdivision?
Middle Park.
I guess. No, that where the damage was.
Oh.
So, anyways, we have well. Here's Holcomb and Holt, so we know it was around that. I can't remember the Heritage Village. There it is. I remember that now. So there's Heritage Village, and you can see those strong winds coming in. So those are some pretty intense winds. There's not really a circulation. It's kind of broad. You see that right there. If it is a tornado, it would have been very, very brief. But I think more so, I think that was just some pretty strong winds. And there you see the damage estimates, and then there's where it came through. So that's a Boeing segment. You can see that north end of the bow. I highly doubt that's going to be tornado damage. I think that's straight line winds. Zach, there might have been something there actually. Come to look at this right here. A little bit of a circulation. It's always possible that that was a brief tornado that touched down on the west side of Fayetteville, but I think it's straight line winds. But there was, see, these QLCSs are so tough. So that was the radar from KINX. Let's look at it from SRX. Okay, here's SRX. Oh, come on. Sorry, I know there's a bunch of dead air. Everybody's quiet because they're doing stuff in the. All right, here's the radar from SRX. It takes a little while to add the radar data to get the archive. You know, Becky, I don't know. I wasn't able to get out there and look and see if there's any type of definitive damage path. Sometimes finding those is like a needle in a haystack. Judging by the radar and the conditions and all that stuff, it could have been a brief QLCS tornado. I don't think it's ever going to get confirmed, though. And there wasn't enough structural damage. So it sounds to me like it might have been those straight line winds.
Bush of river flooding.
Yeah, there's.
I don't know. I'm trying to make those graphics.
It sure looks like. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you can't see that circulation at all from Fayetteville. Not at all. So here's a look at Fayetteville.
Can you do a Mega Doppler tour?
Ooh, yeah. I was looking at the archive. Are you after a commercial break?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring it back. But here's a look at so that's the straight line winds that came through. Look at base velocity. So pretty strong winds. That's probably why that wind damage occurred. Straight line winds. Little embedded rotations. I don't see that being a tornado. If it is, it would have been very brief, that touchdown. So Becky, I don't think so. You did see a CC drop? Tell me where you saw the CC drop. Pitching out. I thought you're are you is there no
We're in commercial break right now.
oh you are, okay. You're 15 out?
You have it ready?
Yeah. That's ready.
We're up the top. All right.
But it's not from Little Rock. You want it from Little Rock?
That's all right.
Yeah, okay, I'll bring it from Little Rock. I got it.
Very active the weekend, and for us in Northwest Arkansas, the storm potential is much gone. We're seeing Washington County right there.
Benton County, Carroll County, Madison, no storms, and the skies are pretty clear. So what was a stormy Easter is turning into a nice day. And further west, it is looking pretty quiet. But further east, here is Central Arkansas, Little Rock area. If you know people in Central Arkansas, make sure they are weather aware. Multiple tornado warnings are in effect for the Perryville area. Zooming in on that circulation in the center, that is a tight rotation. And Hot Springs area too. That's probably the tightest one by Rockwell. Yeah, if you know people in the Hot Springs area, that's where these storms are. That normalized rotation, that green color, that's where the tightest circulation is. So Central Arkansas is not being spared from these storms as they continue their way, making their way to the east. And for us, the tornado watch is being cropped out in our far eastern counties. That is still there, but that should be cropped out too. That line, check that out. Every single storm is severe warned or tornado warned. So Central Arkansas is going to be seeing some quite the long afternoon and evening for them. But for us, we're dealing with some flooding. We have a flood warning for the whole county of McDonald County. Some highways are closed because of some water getting over the roads. And here's a Rogers view. Looks pretty good. Some fair weather.
Just wanted to show this. This is the wall cloud that's coming towards Hot Springs. That's an iDrive Arkansas camera. So I just wanted to do that while we're doing it because I was wondering what it looked like. That's got the best view, by the way. That's looking westbound. You can see the associated wall cloud. We'll be watching that rotation. Let's go back to Zach.
60s and 70s, so not too bad for right now, but that breeze makes it feel a little bit cooler. Tonight, as those winds settle, we should be dropping down to the 40s, so it's going to be a bit cooler tonight. But check out Monday. We're going to be in the mid-70s, plenty of sun. Monday should be a great day. Tuesday should be even nicer as we get up to around 80. So I'm looking forward to a quiet stretch. The rest of Sunday and Monday and Tuesday all look pretty quiet, but don't get used to it because the forecast will be acting back up really shortly. Here's a wide view of the satellite radar showing that cold front has passed most of northwest Arkansas. It is draped across central Arkansas, and that's where those storms are. Zooming in, it is a very active look right there. And here's a few.
Storm is gusting out. You can tell the outflow is coming in, and that's the clear slot that's developing. So the storm's starting to weaken, but maybe a little bit of rotation above those buildings. And that's that circulation. So that's an iDrive Arkansas camera. Back to Zach.
And even up into the Nashville area, as the storms continue making their way eastward, it's going to be quite the long day for areas to our east. And then beyond that, for us, Monday and Tuesday, pretty zonal flow, really no energy moving in. But look at what happens midweek. Wednesday, that trough forms across areas to our southwest, kind of back in this southwest flow. Some energy coming in. That's a lot of energy for Thursday and Friday. And then up into next weekend, that could be trouble. I saw the end of that scan. And here's a future track. I forgot to put pause points on it, but here's Wednesday, a pause point right there. So it should be dry through Tuesday, but Wednesday, storm chances are back in place. And here's the European model showing more rain Thursday, Friday. I do think daily chances for storms will be seen once we hit Wednesday, heading into the upcoming weekend. We can see right here the extended outlook. Beginning Wednesday, storm chances will be there for every day throughout the rest of this week. It's too early to pinpoint exact severe storm threats, but here's this graphic, and it loaded up real quick. Weather Prediction Center shows up to maybe 4 inches of rain throughout the next 7 days as we close out this week. So the flooding concerns could be continuing for us, but looks pretty warmer than normal. So I hope you like the warmer weather, because it's looking like that as we close out April. It's looking warmer than normal, maybe even more active than normal too. And here is a 7-day forecast that Josh Rugger put together for me in the morning, because he knew that we were going to be dealing with some very active weather. So shout out Josh Rugger. Appreciate that. And it looks pretty good. Monday and Tuesday, 70s and 80s. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we've got storm chances. More active weather is going to be settling in heading into next weekend. And ramps back up.
I know, Zach, quite literally, y'all have had some late nights, especially this weekend. But I was talking with Connor, our producer, just before the show started, just of how when you ramp up, wall to wall, you're tracking these storms, and now it's all over, and you're just kind of tired and drained, right?
Yeah, you got to decompress, and usually it's hard to go to sleep afterwards. So it's good that these storms are ending during the afternoon, so I can get a chance to get back to normal.
Yep, that's for sure. You know who's going to be sleeping pretty good tonight? Some four-legged friends in our area, as we'll take you inside the Northwest Arkansas Kennel Club for a look at some of the most well-groomed and even the best-behaved dogs our area has to offer. Keep here.
Oh. Zach's going to hit the gym. Who are we kidding?
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Let's go.
I'm loading up that archive, by the way, from the QLCS that came through. I thought I had that on. Yeah, that's the end of that. So you won't get to see anything anymore from Hot Springs. The storm's already enveloped the camera. They had every camera pointed to the east, man. It's like, seriously, every single one.
You got to get on that, Dan. Got to crack some skulls.
Oh, here we go. I got one. Westinghouse. All right. So this is the camera here. That's a little bit of a lowering. Push-ups. That's what Zach's gonna do.
Push-ups?
Yeah.
I was 80 last night.
Oh, you mean this morning?
Oh, no. It was last night. It was this morning.
Wow, is that 20?
Yeah, that's.
Were you watching that?
Yeah, I was. I saw it. I'm right there with you, Dan. I would have been saying tomorrow because
Man.
your body is on like Saturday. It's not physically on Sunday.
My body's on Tulsa time. So that's the lowering. I think it's a somewhat of a view. You won't be able to see it anymore on radar. Okay, so we're in the middle of the show. However, I want to look at this QLCS.
Well, the Easter Bunny wasn't the only popular animal today. That can be seen firsthand at the Northwest Arkansas Kennel Club's April show. More than 450 dogs competed in a variety of events, including lure coursing and fast cat racing, of all things, to test their speed and agility, as well as the best of breed competition for purebred dogs. For show organizer Cindy Looper, the event is a great way to make connections with fellow dog lovers.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, let's see. But nobody's reporting any
If you want to
damage.
get involved with the Kennel Club, you can visit its website for a full list of membership options
That's
for
not-
you and your family. Check out the sky. What a difference a few hours makes, right? You're on Zach Gilday, keeping a close eye on those skies all day today, but he'll be back on the other side of the break for the final check of that forecast. Keep it here.
That's what you're saying. Well, let's check it out. We're going to look and see if it really was a definitive CC drop. So let's go to archive radar from this storm. Now, this is not 525, not right now. This is archive radar. In fact, You know what? I'm just going to do this. And what morning was this? Saturday morning? Is that right? I don't even know, man. I don't even know anymore. What is it? Is it Saturday morning or is it Sunday morning? April 19th.
April 19th would be Saturday morning.
So Saturday morning. Okay, that's what I have. All right. So here we go. Archive radar, not current. All right. But there's a look at the storm that was starting to get that outflow. We're going to look at the 2 panel here. And then I did diamond push-ups.
I was out the door, and I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a look at the circulation. All right, stand by. Here's the final end of the show.
Ahead for us, the new lawsuit against an organ transplant foundation, why officials are asking where millions of dollars could have gone, and our inside look at how AI could be the future of youth sports. Ahead on Nightly News.
All right, just a few minutes away from Nightly News, but first, meteorologist Zach Gilday join us again. And Zach, feels like a big weight's been lifted off of our shoulders after those storms have rolled
It
through.
sure does. I just want to say happy Easter to everybody. And it didn't start out very happy because it was active. We had a big severe storm threat. Some people had some damage, but for us in Northwest Arkansas, the threat is gone. Should be a nice evening, a little bit breezy, but not too bad. Tonight, as those winds settle, it will get chilly, but Monday and Tuesday, wonderful sunshine. Looks amazing. Beyond that, though, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, storms pretty much every day again. But, you know, as far as severe storm potential, still too far out to pinpoint things. We will be monitoring it. It is April. But until then, Monday and Tuesday, can't wait for some quiet weather.
Usually the Easter egg hunts happen in the morning.
Yeah.
Maybe you start a new tradition today and you have them in the evening because it's shaping up to be a good one.
Why not? Enjoy it.
Yep. And we hope you're back here tonight at 10.
Yeah, I know. So they're going to do Pig Trail Nation. So here's what I've got to do. I've got to do this real quick. We're going to go through this archive from Saturday morning. This is the storm that moved through the Springdale area, Tawnytown, and you're going to see why I thought this essentially was a tornado. So still sirens in Hot Springs. Hot Springs is getting hit. We'll go back to that, but I've got to cover this real fast because several people asked about it. But here is the storm that was wrapping up. The conditions are very favorable for QLCS tornadoes. I'm going to take the camera off the screen just so you can see it full. There's the tornado vortex signature, rain that's moving towards the radar and away from the radar. And then you're going to see this get kind of elongated, but then tighten up. And so you've got the RFD surge, you've got the hook that's co-located with the reflectivity. You've got the brightening of the RFD and the inflow that starts to increase as well. And at this point, I think it's getting close to touching down. And then you'll see right here, that is pretty tight right there. That's a tight circulation. And we know that there was damage basically right off of Highway 102. So there was damage right here. And there was damage right here. And that is almost perfectly in line with that cell. And I'm just surprised that there wasn't more damage that was southwest of Tawnytown. And if there was, maybe we didn't know about it. But that's the circulation. I don't see any CC drop. Like I said, there wasn't anything real definitive on that, Becky. So this is Saturday morning, early morning, by the way. This is about 1 o'clock in the morning as we were covering these storms. And I still don't see a CC drop. That's not anything right there. We'll go back to the velocity. I mean, come on. That is a tight circulation, Zach. There's a reason why I thought that was a tornado and a confirmed tornado. And it still might have been because, again, that damage was located right here. And our Arvest weatherbug, the weatherbug camera at Northwest Arkansas, Arkansas Children's Northwest, right here. There's the circulation, and it moves basically right over that area. And so I'm just surprised. I thought there was a roof that was damaged in Harbor Meadows, but no one found it. I wasn't able to look at it. And then that circulation list north. Now, she said there was a CC drop by Lowell. I want to see if that does show up. So nothing there. That's not a true PTDS. Look at the normalized rotation. I mean, this normalized rotation got into the yellow. So that's why I thought it was a tornado. And the fact that, we're sitting there and all of a sudden I see a ton of power flashes that are exploding in a small central localized area. I mean, come on. That's pretty indicative of a tornado. So then I see the tornado potential. If it is a tornado, I see the power lines now farther east, like almost like it's something going across. And then I wait a minute and a half, and then I finally see more power flashes. That's when I typed in on the ground because it's doing damage. But this is a mystery. I wish I could go out there. I wish I had all the hours of the day to go out there, do the survey, but this is over the Easter weekend, obviously, and I'm pretty much taxed too with the time. But there's the circulation. There it is lifting northeast, and there it is coming through Lowell. And we were looking at it on the weather. But I mean, that is a strong circulation. And let's see if there's any. See, that's not a true CC drop. I don't see anything. There's too much signal noise there. It's just not there. The PTDS agrees. It's not there.
Yeah, for a true CC drop, it would be
bright blue.
Yeah, bright blue, and it would be pretty isolated.
So this right here is 1:15 in the morning. And then, see, this right here looks pretty darn impressive in terms of a circulation at about 1:13. 1:13 in the morning. And then right here is where that looks really good. You look at the normalized, it's there. I've seen weaker rotations with QLCSs produce. And then that's when I saw power flashes that were east of I-49. And that's when I said it's on the ground. And I type it up. And then, of course, the next radar scan pops up. And then that's when they confirm it. But this goes as a confirmed, unconfirmed tornado. It's tough. It was tough. It was a tough situation. I mean, if you guys haven't seen the video of the power flashes, I want to bring that up because you tell me if you're looking at this and you're like, how do you not call this a tornado that's on the ground?
Should make a banner saying this is not live.
Already have it.
Yeah.
It says archive radar from Saturday morning, just constantly.
Archive YouTube.
Yeah. What? Why can't I see my videos here? Have you seen this yet?
I think I showed it to Casey.
Did you see Casey?
Yeah, I was up watching.
Shorts. Those are
Going
clips.
down.
How do I get to clips? Do you know?
No.
I don't know either. No, come on.
You put it in the weather chat. You just go back in there and get it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Good. Well, I don't have that loaded either. How can I get this? Let me think.
Can you search for it?
It's not shorts, posts. Come on. I don't know. Where are clips? Live. What's all this? Tight. Severe coverage.
Good shorts.
I did. It's not there.
Oh, posts.
I did that too. Playlists. Come on. Yeah, it might be. Probably gone. Here, let me do this real quick. There's no shorts. There's no clips. Oh, your clips. Got it. I found it. My goodness. I took an act of Congress. All right. So you saw the radar. I'm going to share this tab instead. Make sure that that's what it is. So go to StreamYard here. Oh, come on, man. What are you doing? Where is it? I can't get to it. Oh, goodness. Yeah, see, knew it wasn't on that. We need 2 screens, guys. All right, so going here. This is the YouTube clip. I'm going to pull this out so you can see it. Now I can bring it up full. So you saw the radar stuff. You saw where it was located. We are looking almost west-northwest. Power flashes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground. Power flashes. How is that not a tornado? Or how do you not? You can see that. We've got a tornado on the ground. You can see the very definitive. Those are power flashes. And we've got that on our WeatherBug Network camera from Arkansas Children's Northwest. More. If it's not from the tornado, it's from some really strong winds, but it's been constant. Power flashes. We've got power flashes. We got a lot of power flashes. Can you see them on our WeatherBug Network camera from our Arkansas Children's? Lots of power flashes, folks. This is on the ground. I mean, it almost looks like a tornado in there. And I just haven't had a chance to look at it.
A big red light wasn't there. You might be able to see something.
Yeah. Almost looks like something down there, but who knows? I don't know. It'll go as a confirmed, unconfirmed tornado. And maybe my fault, my fault for saying, but I mean, you have power flashes, that's a dangerous storm. So I don't regret what I said. I gave the information as it was, I thought, fit and needed. But I think personally, that's a dangerous storm. And power flashes. And there were more power flashes. I just clipped this little 20-second clip. We can get to the rest of it, and you can still see power flashing and flickering. And it was just, judging on everything, I think it was either close to tornadoing, it did tornado, and it won't be confirmed. So I don't know. But what do you think, Casey?
I think you were spot on. I was watching it and I was like, because my phone went off at first, and that's when I got the tornado warning. I was like, okay, things start to go down, and I was already keeping a close eye on it with y'all, and then that was when I saw y'all going wall to wall, and
stop it.
Yeah.
It always wants to track.
But no, I don't see anything otherwise, because everything in the very limited tornado coverage that I've seen is when you see those power flashes, especially consecutively like that.
Yeah, and in a clustered area. I mean, of course, I know the power lines are going down in that one area, but then
there's
it
no
did,
way to tell.
But then
when
it
you're
did
at the
it again.
wall.
I know, when it's rain wrapped and all that stuff. So
Keep in mind that rotation was pretty high up. It was like 7,000 feet.
well, yeah, but there's nothing we can do about getting it lower. So if it's that strong at 7,000 feet, then it could be. I mean, with the QLCS and the conditions and the environment that was available, it could have been on the ground. I wish I would have been out there to look at the survey, because I heard there was tree damage at Sherham's, and this is why it's so important to get out there immediately after the tornado comes through, because they cut up trees. That's cutting up evidence. Think about all the murder, shows and crime shows that you see. What happens when a crime happens? They clear the area because they want to preserve the evidence.
Right.
Well, the evidence is getting chopped up and rightfully so, because people need to get where they need to go and clear the trees. But man, I'll tell you, this storm's cranking up. If you want to know Malvern, That's a strong circulation, and this is going towards Benton, by the way.
Good job.
See, Casey.
Yep. I appreciate everything y'all did this weekend. I'm
thank
sure
you.
a lot of people watching are saying the same.
Appreciate you.
Happy for y'all.
No. Springdale's so much done, but I'm telling you this is the storm that's I think going to produce a long track tornado. It's getting close. It's all by itself unless it has cell interaction. That is coming towards the Benton area. Normally I would leave. Yeah, Jessica, you're done. Everything that's in our viewing, in our weather coverage area, if you can see us on TV, you're done. There's no more storms. And these are tracking into central Arkansas. Now, I-30 is going to have some cameras. And if they're all pointed north, I'm going to scream. You know what I mean? All right. Highway 270. Now, here's the deal. I wouldn't normally be here, stay on these storms because this is central Arkansas. But at the same time, we've got a coworker that has family in Benton. And this storm that's pretty much headed right towards Benton. And it's also headed right towards Little Rock. This could be a serious situation. Yeah, if you find a good iDrive camera, let me know. I looked at the one in Midway. That's a little bit higher up. Oh, look at this storm. This storm's taken off. Yeah. If this hasn't produced, there it is. Confirmed. It's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. This is just to the east of Bismarck. This is a true CC drop. And if we go to PTDS, it's going to show up in the next scan. This is definitely a tornado. On the ground. It's going to be confirmed here very soon. Do you see how that's a CC drop? So this is a bunch of debris that's being lofted up in the tornado of 4,700 feet. So there, look at the next image, Zach. Definitely a tornado.
Oh, yeah, see, that's a CC drop.
This is a true CC drop. Very impressive circulation. And you're going to see an upside down, you're going to see that triangle with a line underneath it. And what that's going to be is a tornado warning that's confirmed. You're going to see it turn to confirmed. Yep, that is definitely a confirmed tornado because look, it's co-located. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go 4-panel. So this has everything right here. It has the reflectivity on the top left. Last thing you need is a 5-panel, which is my face. So take that off of there. I've seen enough of that over the last several days. But right here, co-located with the reflectivity, you've got this right here that's a strong circulation that's moving right over Hickory Grove Road. And then you had the CC that was showing up. That's and PTDS, has it picked it up yet? Nope, not yet. Because it has to get higher in the sky. That's a tornado. On the ground, going to be confirmed. There it is. There it is. Confirmed tornado. Okay, so that camera near Midway, not good. Social Hill, not good. Tilted down too much. Yeah, that's south of the storm. Lockport. Wow, what a circulation, man. Oh. That's coming towards Benton, Zach.
It is.
The Midway camera's junk. All the cameras are junk. They're all tilted down. They're all like angled, which is, it's their purpose, obviously. but for severe weather, they're not really great. You can get lucky with, the tornado that went through eastern Arkansas, Lake City and stuff like that. You were able to see it on that. Man, that is a strong. This may go to a considerable tornado.
That radar beam is about 4,500 feet up.
Yeah.
So that's where the circulation is up in the air, but on the surface, it might be a little bit.
Well, let's see. We can check it out.
We
So-
have like southwest winds.
Well, yeah. Well, here's what I want to. Oh, look at that. That is a tight couplet. Look at the red showing up too. We're about to get a considerable tornado warning. Wait till you see the CC drop here. Normalized rotation. This is what I wanted to do. I'm going to do a one panel. And then I want to take a look at this volumetric wise. What? Okay. Stand by. Let's go. ISO surface here. Go back to here. So we're looking at different parts of the storm, Zach. Look at that normalized rotation. Oh, man. That is a strong one.
So would it be at the surface, a little bit behind it?
Yeah, it'd be pretty close to, yeah, it'd be a little bit south of it. See the tilt in the tornado? So yeah, that shows you how high the radar beam is. It's still pretty high up off the ground. So if we extrapolate that rotation, which is what we'll do here. See the tilt now? If you extrapolate that, that's going to be probably right around there for the tornado. Just be a little bit south of there. But here's what we can do. We can look at the CC. I bet you PTDS shows up now. No, still doesn't. Wonder if it's able to hit anything. That is definitely a tornado. We're about, see it. The bad thing about PTDS is that it's great and it shows where the debris is, but it takes a while for the debris to get lofted that high. So you can't use that as a warning. You have to know that for confirmation, it's great, but it takes a while for that debris to be lofted so high for it to pick up. Whoa, my bad. That's a beast of a supercell, though. And that's just the difference of what happened here, you know? Oh. That's like really far away from Benton. Should we do a track on this, Zach? Do a track on Weather One if you can. And that's the only cell in town right now. Could just be one cell. Strong circulation. Let's see if there's a camera that's good. Yeah. Let me tell you who needs to be in their safe place. Magnet Cove, Butterfield, State Highway 171, Southeast Hot Springs. Like all those areas need to be watching out for this storm. Oh, look at that circulation on that radar, huh, Zach?
Yeah. It's tight.
So Running Deer. Oh, this is going to be considerable. I'm amazed that it doesn't have a good CC drop. Because it's not, it's starting to show up though. See right here? The next radar scan, I bet you this will turn blue. Pretty substantial tornado. Douglas Drive just got hit. No, can't see anything on that. Rockport's not good to see. I'm looking at some different iDrive cameras. Okay, this one might be a good one. No, that's not good either. Desroches, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. You got a track? Yep. All right, let's look. Okay, pull up Benton Highway 535. All right. That's going to be so far away, though. Yeah, that's too far away. You're way too far away from that. Looks like the last image, it kind of weakened a little bit. What? Yeah, it did weaken a little bit. Let's see if there's a CC drop. Yeah, starting to show up a little bit more. It's kind of co-located with the circulation, so it should be, if it's on the ground, it should be tossing things in the air. And this is Taylor Hollow Road, Possum Trot Road, all those areas southeast of Hot Springs. Definitely under the gun for a significant storm. Magnet Cove, Benton, Saline County.
You're not showing it.
Yeah. We're looking at that. Yeah. So here's that area. Here's a rotation. But you just can't see it from an iDrive camera. Bright, sunny, and warm in Rogers. Yes, it is. Beautiful weather. Look at Slack and see if they have any. So they're about to make it just radar indicated and not confirmed anymore. Yeah, so there was a pretty pronounced CC drop.
It's falling apart.
Yeah. I wouldn't say falling apart, but maybe weakening slightly. Wait, what are you looking at?
Little Rock.
Oh, the storm's southwest of that.
Oh, it's a different warning. Yeah.
It's that one.
Oh yeah. I was like, been a long day.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Yeah.
That's not falling apart.
No.
Wait, which one were you tracking?
I was tracking the right one.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, because I saw those areas. Let's look at Zach looking at different stuff. So Magnet Cove. See how far it is from Benton if it continues to track that way. Let me get you want to get the storm motion?
Benton's about 27 miles away.
Okay. And so it's moving at 35 miles. So it'll be there before an hour.
It's going about 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, 40 miles per hour.
Oh, that's kind of bad.
Yeah. And you got it going at 40?
Yep.
Go all the way up to Benton. So we can see, yeah. There you go. And
might
a little
go-
more south.
You think of
Yeah.
that?
It's tracking that way. It's going to go right up. It's making a beeline right for Benton.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, it'll pass on the north side of Benton. Yep. Well, how did you do that? Move it? How did you rotate it without?
You just gotta click on this, and you can rotate it.
Oh, cool. Did not know that. You taught me something, Zach.
And you can move it like this. You just
Yeah,
gotta-
that I do know.
Yeah.
Okay, so Benton at 6:35, so less than an hour. Wait, is it not? Go to the warning. It says it's not confirmed anymore.
Still says confirmed here.
I know. That's interesting because it still shows it's confirmed here too.
Maybe it takes a second.
Yeah. CC drop is maybe there. Oh yeah. So this is where you look at the co-location of the reflectivity and you can see it moving. If you see it moving like that, then you know that that's a potential CC drop right there. That's a dark blue. See that? That's very dark blue. Oh, yeah. It's on the ground now. Again. Might have just briefly spun up. But that's a CC drop. Let's see. Yeah. You can see it moving that way. At the same time, it's kicking up a bunch of dust and dirt and stuff that's on the leading edge. So if we look, is it co-located with the reflectivity? Well, here's the circulation. Oh, it's starting to get some cell interaction too, Zach, with this cell to the southwest. So let's look at this. Look at the velocity. Look at the normalized rotation and look at the CC drop, and it's all kind of right in there. This is an older product. That's why it's farther southwest. Yeah, when that updates, we'll see. So they issued another warning, even though the storm has trended down a little bit in strength.
Yeah, it's not as tight.
Not as tight. Like to look at the hodograph real quick. No, nothing in Northwest Arkansas. So I mean, I know you're probably wondering why are you still on here? Just setting that for people that are in the Central Arkansas area that are still watching it. Honestly, maybe have a glimpse to catch it as it's coming in on some of the cameras. All right, Saline County Regional Airport. I'm looking at the hodograph here to see what it looks like. 234 at 33. Now, storm motion is 234 at 33 still. Hasn't changed at all. Oh, man, look at that critical angle, Zach. So that makes sense. Why it tornadoed. So here's a look at the storm. There's a look at the critical angle. Nearly 90 degrees. The depth of the shear vector is 98 meters, and the shear magnitude is 16 knots.
So if you get over 20, you start getting pretty strong. And if you get a depth over 200 meters, you get pretty strong or pretty deep. But a sheer depth of about 98 meters, not quite enough. But notice how the storm motions look a lot better.
The winds are more backed.
Yep, winds are more backed. And if that storm just right turns a little bit, it'll put down another tornado. All right, guys. We'll let a couple more radar scans go, and then we'll stop this here. Yeah, that's. And Zach, you don't have to hang around here because I know you want to get some dinner, probably, right? Or do you need me to stop talking to record stuff?
Oh no, I'm done.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I mean, radio's done.
Okay.
I could do a long form update, but I'll just do that later.
Let me see if I can get a good camera here to get a good view. What do they say? Malvern cam, exit 98A. That's 98. It'd be helpful if you hover over. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a good camera. It's a little bit cloudy and foggy. But let's see. What do I have it on? There we go. I got it right there. "98A", got it. Now the tornado is going to be in the trees on the right-hand side, so you won't be able to see it. No, I saw the clouded ground lightning strike there. Unfortunately, this camera just not far enough to the west. Let's see here. So yeah, here's I'm gonna refresh this real quick. So here is not good. Nope. Well, that's a little better, but that's still going to be south of it. So Butterfield, that'll be a better view. Let's go here. That's looking east. Can you go west? Yeah, you can. That's cool. That's helpful. But not good enough. Let's go here. Looking the wrong way. Man. This is more difficult than chasing the tornado. Now that's a better view right there. You can see the wall cloud on the right-hand side. That is not a CC drop. That's getting close to Benton, though, man. I did not like that. It kind of did fall apart on the last scan, so that's good. Still there, though. Yeah, hopefully this falls apart. There's your lowering behind the trees. Let's do 98. 98A. There's 98A. All right. Yeah. Still too far southwest, so. Hello. Wow, big hail too. Look at this. Big time hail coming to Magnet Cove. So you can tell this is a stronger cell for sure. And let's see here, what else we got. Circulations, no. Couple there, couple there. Couple rotations there.
You want to get on camera?
Yeah, we're doing a little.
We're doing it
stream
live, doing a live feed. Come over here, say hi to about 4,600 people. Let you give it a shot. What's your name? Roman. All right, get you on camera. What's up, Roman? You a big Texas Longhorns fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you from Texas? No. Your dad's from Texas. How old are you, Roman? 9. Cool. Well, how do you know Michaela? She's your sister? All right. Very cool. So Michaela's one of our reporters. We're just tracking some storms, some severe weather. It's all out of here. What was it like when the storms came through? They get pretty scary or no? You're like pretty chill. Not too bad. There was some damage on the west side, so. Well, I appreciate you, man. Have a good tour. Michaela's got you in good hands there. So, you doing a story today?
I did one on we covered what Benton County was doing in response to their flooding.
Oh,
That was the
yeah.
main thing, and then
How about the damage? Did you go out there? Did you get that?
I'm
Okay.
gonna transfer most of that.
Okay.
But there's significant, like I was thinking about you and the path of the tornado.
Uh-huh.
You can kind of see exactly like.
Do you think it was? Do you think it was a tornado?
Unless it was incredibly strong winds, but you've
Yeah.
got some like the entire like roofs were taken off.
Was anything pulled back to the west? So if you're thinking of the damage, this is really important to know what the damage looks like. While I'm on here, I'm going to bring this camera back up just so you can see that while we're talking. But that's a tornado warned storm. It's headed right towards Benton, Arkansas. So yeah, that's kind of cool. So here's the deal. I don't know which direction you were facing, Michaela, but if you were facing north and there was any damage that was pulled back to the south or anything that was pulled back against the main motion of the storm, that would indicate a tornado. But if all the trees, all the roof lines, all that stuff was pointed north, even though it was a small definitive path, it would be straight line winds.
Well, now what it was is like the two different corners of the block.
Uh-huh.
The roofs were pushed in and falling on opposite sides. So
Okay.
like it wasn't even the damage was on like one side pushing into another. It was like
Almost like a downburst. Huh?
Yes,
So like a
yes.
downburst came in. So that kind of looked like it. Like you had a surge of winds that came in, and it was pretty strong. My pastor sent me a text, and I told him when I was leaving that we were about to see a storm. And he was like, "Oh yeah, whatever." And then his neighborhood got hit.
yeah, I was trying to the fire department showed up. They said some of the houses on that block are currently, yeah, that's actually exactly where I was at.
Here you go. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That was so
Now,
this
which way is that facing?
Now that is hold on, I actually took a picture of
Okay.
the street. So that was what W Bittersweet.
Yeah, West
Drive.
Bittersweet Drive
Yeah.
and North Gray Squirrel Drive. Okay.
So that house was on West Bittersweet Drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see here.
And that was I don't know the direction of
I know exactly. Every single camera is looking that way. So there's this circulation. We just got to get back to this real quick. Big time hail, Magnet Cove. It's cycling. The storm is cycling. And by the way, it's going to be headed towards. Okay, here let's look at that, Michaela, real quick. Sorry, I was just going back to that cell. Okay, so Gray Squirrel.
I think GREY.
Oh, not that.
Yeah. There we go. Right
There
there.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
so-
Bittersweet.
And Bittersweet,
Okay.
we were right there. And
Okay.
the house was
All right.
this one right here.
Okay.
And that's this side right here that you're
then
looking
that
at.
makes sense. So that is. Here, I'll show you. Okay. Is there any other homes? Where were
Yeah.
the other homes that were damaged?
Yeah, so this one right here. So there was like a line through here is what you noticed. And then these houses right here had some of the top off, but this one was the worst. And this side of it entirely was
Ripped up.
ripped up.
That side, the
Like,
northeast side.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They were on different sides of each other.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
This here, I've got a picture of that one for you. Because that was probably the worst damage that we saw.
Let me show you what we're looking at here. So that storm cycling, that's starting to ramp back up. So stand by. I want to show you something here real quick. Okay, so we're looking at the damage that's in northwest Arkansas, and Michaela, one of our reporters, that's this one right
That's
here,
that one
right?
right there, and that's this side of the house.
Okay, but the wind could still get underneath the roof on this side, right?
Right.
And then rip it up, and then the fence was laying down to the north.
Yeah. No. So
This
I'll
way.
say all of the by the time I got there,
Oh, they already had it all piled
everyone,
up.
all of the, and it wasn't the fire police or anything.
Yeah.
The whole community got together, just laid out the debris on the side of the road.
And guess what? They got rid of the evidence.
Yeah.
They got rid of the forensics.
That's why I was thinking of you. I was like, all the forensics is on the side. How are we
All
gonna
the
know where it went?
forensics, yep. All the forensics are done, and so that's it. That's the end of that. Man, so that's why he can't get out there fast enough, like you said. All right, can I show these pictures
Yeah,
real fast?
absolutely.
Okay.
There's some- oh,
Does
they
it rotate?
Here, hold on. I got the. Here, I'll let you
Okay.
go through these ones. It'll be a lot easier to.
Let me go back to this.
You're good. Here's the ones that I
Okay,
sent.
so-
And you can easily scroll.
So you
through
got
those.
this house that's hit.
Yeah.
Is there anything that's pulled back to the south in all of this damage?
So we had there were two different like telephone.
Well,
Oh my
we have
goodness.
another call. Okay.
Put that on rotate real quick.
Okay. There we
There we
go.
go.
Just so I can show it
Yeah,
horizontally.
absolutely. So
okay.
there was a telephone or a light fixture that this one right here actually was fallen this way.
Oh, okay. This light fixture right here was
Yeah.
pulled back to the west.
Was entirely actually knocked over entirely down to it.
Okay, that might be something suspicious. So hold
You
on.
were saying that people were clearing up the streets, maybe they moved it.
That's why I'm like I have no.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably what happened. It probably got knocked down this way, and then they pulled it and moved it and cleared the street, and it's laying this way. But anyways, yeah, that's something interesting. Look at Highway 51 Stony Creek. I will. We'll look at that. I know Larry's wanting to cover that storm. Let me just show you real quick the pictures, and then we'll have more on this. So bring up this webcam full. Here's a look at the damage that Michaela got. And so you can see those homes. Look at that. Pretty substantial roof damage. I didn't see any rotation that was super strong on radar. That doesn't mean there couldn't have been a brief QLCS that developed. But that, by the way, is a southwest side of the home that got damaged right there. And then there's that light pole. Now, wait a minute. I don't think that was twisted. Let's see. Yeah, they might have moved it, but that was pulled in the other direction. So I might have to check that out. And then there's some gutter material that's it looks like it's pulled off from the south. So I don't see a whole lot that shows that it's gotten sucked back to the west. So look at Highway 51 at Stony Creek. Okay, is that a weather camera? Thank you, Michaela.
Of course.
Really, really appreciate it.
guys.
Did you send those to the Megaphone?
I'm retransferring.
Oh, we transferring?
Yep.
So do we transfer and then
And
upload
then-
them to Megaphone?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, back to our radar and this storm. Highway 51. So that looks better. Malvern exits 98, but let's see here. Mile marker 106. Mile marker 101. Look at Highway 51 at Stony Creek.
Could the log you off there?
Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I realize there's one up there. It kind of got shrouded already. Maybe some big hail. Every single camera is looking east, though, except for a couple. Looks like the storm is cycling. maybe an increase in rotation. Yeah, see, that's already past. Stony Creek is, it's already past the storm. Aha. Here's one that might have a view. That's Fairplay Road. Nope, that's no good. That's no good. You can see the darkening sky off in the distance, but that's no good. That's no good. No good. Nope, already shrouded in the rain. On the leading edge of the storm. That's no, not a clear view. Yeah, it's so tough to chase these storms, especially when it parallels the highway. I know. Well, I think this storm is starting to weaken, and I'll show you on the reflectivity. The velocity images is just not. It's not there anymore. So it's becoming broad, becoming elongated. Hopefully this dies out and weakens. Rotation is not nearly as tight as it was. It's not confirmed anymore. And I think this storm's starting to weaken. Now, it doesn't mean that it couldn't ramp up, but here's what you need to do. You need to watch Todd Yacobian in Central Arkansas, and he'll get you through this storm. So you're probably, maybe you're watching multiple streams. Anyways, I've got to run. That's going to do it for our severe weather coverage for a couple of days. Hold on just a sec. Hey, Cabe. What's up, buds? No. Is the pool flooded? Oh, no? Okay. I'll have to check it out. Okay. Take care. What? Oh, check it out right now? Is it on Insta?
Yeah, Instagram story.
Okay.
When did you meet for the USC Ice Bucket Challenge?
The bucket challenge? Oh, no. Oh, is it really? You're doing a bucket challenge? Oh, man. Oh, oh no. What is it called?
USC Ice Bucket Challenge?
USC?
Yes.
What is the organization?
It is the USC Teacher Mind Challenge.
Okay, I'm gonna pass. Is that a TikTok thing?
No, it's
You don't even know what you did it for.
no, it's the US. I mean, nobody really knows.
Nobody really knows. The Ice Bucket Challenge is a thing of the past, Cade.
The USC is, what does USC stand for? Is what I need to know.
Yeah. It's for ALS. I remember the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
The ALS is the 24th. The University of South Carolina doing a mental health awareness.
Yeah, I'm scrapping that. Sorry. No challenge accepted on that.
Come on, all my friends are wanting to see it.
That's weak sauce.
No, Dad, you have to do it.
I need to get some sleep. But hey, I gotta run. We'll catch you later.
Well, here, before you get some sleep, you can do it.
Okay, I'm on the live, so I gotta go.
All right, bye, Dad.
All right, bye. We're gonna wrap up this live, but USC, University of South Carolina, is doing a bucket challenge. That's weak. I mean, I'm doing anything
Someone
for
might be-
ALS, but
Strong.
Said that they got sirens and didn't.
Yeah, I think it's weakening, but still.
Okay.
it's still it could ramp back up. It's got hook echo. The sirens have to be going off in Benton.
Oh yeah, they are. My sister texted me.
It's frustrating. I can't get a look at this storm. There's not a single iDrive camera that has a good view. Let's
Yeah,
see.
all I can do is like watch the radar during the show. I think it should.
I-70 interchange has a little bit of a view. That's looking east.
That's looking west, but you can barely see any sky. So let's do this. US 70 interchange. Ooh, that's tightening up a little bit. Yep, that's tightening up. So that's coming towards Benton. Like we said, we're making a beeline. What do we have the track at? Like 627? For Benton? Forget. Yeah, the supercell behind it has a little hook too. So you got this cell that's right here. So you got two supercells. That does have a little bit of a hook. It's got a little bit of rotation. That's actually a stronger rotation. So yeah,
But surely by the time.
not necessarily sure.
I'm gonna cross my fingers.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right there. Well, I was gonna shut it down, but you're still wondering about Benton County or Benton,
It should
Benton,
be
Arkansas.
fine. Yeah, no.
No, I think they need to take shelter.
Oh yeah, I've already tested my grandma's.
Okay.
They have a basement. So
Oh, okay. Well, you're good there, but that's going to pass pretty much right over them.
yeah.
So I'm gonna. Here's a iDrive camera. It's not a great one. Let's see if we can get a better one here. It's just these cameras are tilted down so much. They're not really good weather cameras. Oh, there you go. That's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the storm. So that gives you an idea when you're in the core what the difference is like. See, there's a new
That's what it is.
rotation. Yeah. It's still not there.
Could strengthen back up.
I'm gonna hope that it doesn't cross my fingers.
Well, we'll watch it here for just a little bit.
Well, a hospital is a safe place to be.
Yeah,
This one has a city.
absolutely.
So she should be okay.
And they'll know when they'll have a safety plan in place. Yeah, that camera's pretty crazy. Yeah, we can go on here. You got a track on that? Nice. Whip you off. Yeah, rotation has weakened somewhat. That's what it looks like, Alex, behind it. Here's some of the areas that are going to be in the path of the storm. How about raise money for a local radar in Northwest Arkansas? That's what we need to do. Need to get a radar at our location. Man, that's a dark. That's a little bit of a ominous drive, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on that road.
The hail's not nearly as big either.
I was worried about my car last night with that hail in Fayetteville.
Oh, really?
I don't think that was big enough to cause damage, all right?
Oh, not even close.
Yeah.
No, not even close.
You think they got the quarters?
No, that was like pea size, but it was wind driven. So
Yeah,
that's
like
why.
my window, it was super loud. I was like,
That's
whoa,
what made
how
it.
big
Yeah,
is that hail?
yeah, that's what made it so crazy.
Yeah.
West. Okay, this will be a good view. As good a view as we can get. Yeah, that's about to cross Highway 70. Yeah, that's falling apart. It's just not doing it. It's weakening. It's becoming elongated. It's getting rain. It's getting undercut by other storms to the southwest.
See, last night,
Oh, there's a lot of seeding too that's occurring. Yeah, Zach, what were you saying?
I was saying, when I got home last night, I was watching those storms. A lot of them were outflow dominant.
The storm by Maumelle looks a little more impressive. By Pinnacle. Let's look at the tilts. Minor tilts. You know how that area is, Ferndale. Let's look at the temperature in Benton here.
79 over 60.
That's pretty warm down there.
Yeah, 79 over 60.
What about mid 70s?
And let's see, Little Rock 79 over 64 for dew points. So, oh, there's the new tornado warning. I knew that was going to get warned. That's crossing right now, Highway 10, Maumelle. There's got to be some cameras for that. Yeah, that's a pretty strong circulation right there. Going up different tilts. So the radar it's so close to the radar. That's only a couple, it's only about 1,000 feet up. That one's weakened though. The other cell is a little weaker too. But anyways, yeah. So that's going to be it for the coverage. We're not going to cover these storms anymore. Little Rock's got that. Zach, I appreciate all your work, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work. And thanks to every one of you too that have sent comments, photos, videos, your participation. We appreciate each and every one of you. So
Yeah.
God bless. Have an amazing rest of your Easter. Take care. And we'll see you tomorrow. Darn. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. Still working.
Push ups.
All right. All right. See you. Bye, guys.